Hello. Welcome everyone. Welcome one. Welcome all to more It's Attorney Investigations 2. I just have a few quick things to note before stream. This stream will probably be longer than usual because we are going to be finishing the Inherited Turnabout tonight, no matter how long it takes me. Because I don't have to worry about getting up for work in the morning, which is nice. To not have to worry about getting up in the morning. I'd also like to mention that if this stream goes for probably past normal time, you might hear some bangs going off in the background. But that's because today is the 4th of July. And ironically, I'm playing the one game that hasn't been released, the one Ace Attorney game that has not been released in English. Not until September 6th. Ah! As you can tell, I am quite excited for that, despite the fact that I am still continuing my playthrough of Ace Investigations 2 now, regardless of that. I didn't want to just have to break up the game into 2 parts because of something I'm waiting on. But needless to say, I do have the collection pre-ordered, and I'm going to be speedrunning it probably the day it comes out. I'll probably be playing through it over the said weekend it comes out. So that way, when we do stuff like next year's Turnabout replay, if we hit the 200, yes, the answer will be we'll be doing some Ace Attorney investigations, an Ace Attorney investigation episode. So the collection will be very nice for something like that. And it'd be really cool because you guys would first seeing it as the emulator, and anyways, yeah. So yeah, basically it's really ironic that Nitronova, an American VTuber, on America's Day, decided to play the one game of her favorite franchise that has not been released in America, because that's the American way, baby. Or is it? I don't know. I thought this would be cool. Ironically, I started this because of Agent Lang, who is definitely not American. He's an agent from Zimbabwe, which is definitely not America. Even though the games do canonly take place in America, though the anime takes place in Japan, which is, I guess, okay-ish. Anyways, like I said, also again, reminder that if you start hearing bangs going up in the background, don't worry, that's just people lighting up fireworks, because America. Fuck yeah. Actually, it's actually really scary to be in America right now. There's all the politics going on, which will not be brought up in this chat. This is a threat. I don't have anything to point at you, but that is a threat. Anyway, also again, apologies for stream being late tonight. Yeah, my parents made dinner, which was the most American dinner we could think of. Hamburgers and hot dogs. I don't know if that's the most American thing you could think of, but I mean, I had mac and cheese for lunch, so therefore I was just keeping it real simply American. Fuck yeah. Anyways, we should just play the game. Yeah. Continue. Inherited Turnabout. End. Part 1. And that's all Uncle Ray knows about the IS-7 incident. So that's what happened in my father's last case. The truth of the IS-7 incident. What happened at the trial? In the end, Von Karma defeated us. Huh? So, You couldn't prove Mr. Masters' innocence? We gathered up plenty of evidence to prove it, but Von Karma was even more despicable than we thought. He was a prosecutor who would do anything for his guilty verdict. That's right, and he really didn't use any means necessary. Because of this, the trial dragged on for about a year until it finally reached a conclusion. I'll never forget that fateful day when judgment was passed down. The 28th of December, DL6. It's April now, so it's been a little over 17 years. How time flies. The 28th of December, 17 years ago, I was watching from the gallery. Really? Edward, you didn't realize that was the day of DL6? Before the trial, your old man noticed that Mr. Masters was acting strangely. He was at the breaking point, both mentally and physically. He wanted to be found guilty. No, Mr. Masters didn't fake a confession, did he? Yeah, that's what Von Karma was aiming for from the start. When your old man tried to expose the fact that the body had not been found, Von Karma used the power of his police conies to quash that argument. Even went as far as to prepare a fake autopsy report. Then, they made Mr. Masters give a false testimony and confess to be an accomplice. With Mr. Masters' confession, the situation quickly became dire. But your old man had a trump card up his sleeve. Was that trump card he was talking about? He was talking to Detective Bad about. Yeah, that trump card was our insurance, in case Mr. Masters confessed. He asked Detective Bad if he had met Mr. Masters' interrogation recorded. Detective Bad wanted to know the truth too, huh? After he was dropped from the investigation, he never stopped caring about the case. Even when he was involved with other larger cases, he really was the definition of a true detective. The defense presented the recording, which proves that the confession was forged, which seems the detective in charge of the initial investigation and the interrogation, Rip Lacer, took all the blame and was charged and dismissed. Still, at the trial, your old man exposed Von Karma's corruption, and he ultimately suffered the price of that. And given him some trouble for Christmas. I'm sorry, I still can't get over the fact that I made that joke. Von Karma received his first penalty from the then chief prosecutor. The only penalty in his 40 years of prosecution. However, Mr. Masters didn't want the trial to continue any longer. And the curtains closed on that trial that day with the verdict of guilty. My memory of that time is fuzzy, but I was also there, watching my father's final trial. And I think his final regret became my own. Your old man wanted a retrial to prove Master's innocence, but he passed on before he could fulfill his wish. After getting entangled in another case. DL6. It breaks my heart even now that I didn't return home with him that day. And what more, to blind myself from my own worthlessness. Uncle Ray put all of his hatred on you as a traitor for being Von Karma's pulpit. I'm sorry. Don't be. It's natural you would hate me. After I became a prosecutor, I was able to get Von Karma to show me the case file. Mr. Masters was found guilty for the murder of Isaac Dover. Eh? That's not right. Huh? Wasn't Mr. Masters found guilty of being an accomplice? but this case file says guilty of murder. What? There shouldn't be anything unresolved in cases handled by Manfred von Karma. Wait, can I take a look at that file? It looks like the charges have been rewritten. What? Look at this. Jeff Masters, creator of the dessert contest. The victim's body was found in a dessert made by the suspect. This led to his arrest. In jail, was diagnosed with hypoglycemia, and he wanted to be treated by medicine. After his own confession, he was convicted as an accomplice to murder. The charge is accomplice to murder. This is a copy of the original case file I received from the courts. Why would this charge be altered? This file was given to you by Von Karma, right? Maybe he just didn't want you to know the truth, since you're Gregory's son. He would have wanted to avoid another retrial before the statute of limitations ran out, after all. So what have I come to believe back then has all been a lie? Look, okay? You spent 15 years of your life thinking that you killed your own father. What else have you been lied about? Has people lied about to you about? If you didn't know about it, just make sure you know about it. You know it from now on. The statute of limitations has long expired, but the truth still sleeps right here. After your old man passed away, Uncle Ray took over as Master's defense attorney. Although Von Karma also had another prosecutor take over the case. Perhaps he thought that since his opponent was a rookie, he didn't even need to turn up. In the end, the real killer was never found, and Mr. Masters was found guilty. No! There's nothing. Is there nothing we can do, even now? Since the killer was never found, we can't restore his confession. I found out after that trial that Mr. Master made a deal with Von Karma because Von Karma had threatened him. Of course, if you don't confess, Catherine will be held under the same charges. That's terrible. But she should be, because isn't she the murderer? I don't think that Mr. Masters really thought that Kate was the killer, but to protect her, he faked a confession. Miles, on the day that Knightley boy was killed, why do you think Uncle Ray was at the prison? Ah, I see. You went to see Mr. Masters, didn't you? I said I visited him every day. I couldn't keep that promise, but I asked Katie Pie to look into him for me when I couldn't. Through rain or snow, she went every single day without fail. But nothing has changed, and Mr. Master still serves his punishment. That's so sad. Isn't there anything we can do? Hey, the statute of limitation passed like 2 years and 4 months ago. That's why I came here. Because I knew those ice sculptures would be on display here today. So, what are you gonna do, Miles? Did you know that koi fish travel in pack of four to confuse predators? Koi A, B, and C escape while predator catches the decoy. Get out. Just get the fuck out. Anyone else in here in chat has 35,000 channel tokens? Fuck it, I don't need the channel tokens. Get a warning, bitch! Get a warning, bitch. Next time it's a timeout. I'm a prosecutor. My position is different from you and my father, Miles. But moving past my position, what I want as Miles Edgeworth is to know the truth of these two cases. That is the reason that I am here. You really are your father's son. Well then, if that's what you decided, I'll support you all the way. I better leave the IS-7 documents and evidence with you then. Alright, here's the documents. By the way, the parts in orange are Uncle Ray's old notes. I'll have to look at those. Thank you. Time of death, December 20th, 2000, 18 years ago. Oh, right, this is like a whole year, this is like a whole year before DL6. Oh, yeah, because he said the trial lasted for a year. Crime scene, Jeff Masters' room at Mr. Masters' mansion. Murder weapon, rock salt lamp, boyfriend, prosecutor, manager of crime, defense attorney, Gregor Edwards. Statute of limitation ran out on December 24th, 3 years ago, which would have been a year before Turnabout Goodbyes. Jeff Masters, the creator of the dessert contest. The victim's body was found inside of the dessert made by the suspect. This led to his arrest. In jail, he was diagnosed with hypoglycemia. Now I feel like I need to know what that is. Aha! Oh, right. It's hypoglycemia is a reduced or diminished sense of taste. People with hypoglycemia have a difficulty telling the difference between taste of flavors, or they may have trouble with certain tastes, like sweetness or saltiness, which then makes sense because on Tuesday we learned that he really couldn't, but he had that before because when he noticed it during the semifinals of the contest, which was before he got arrested. After his own confession, he was convicted as an accomplice to the murder. Isaac Dover. His true identity is the famous French sculptor Pierre Hoquet. He entered the contest as a cake designer, but his body was found in the defendant's room. The cause of death was blunt trauma to the head. Because the victim's body vanished, there appears to be no observer report. Is that the sure reason? And then the picture. Okay, cool. And now, here's the IS-7 incident evidence. Oh, so the evidence that we collected as Gregory. There's a lot, so make sure to look over it while you investigate. Received a lot of IS evidence from Mr. Hill. Right. I'll check through it later. Anyways, there's so many strange things about this case. Indeed. Those involved in the case 18 years ago have reunited, and another incident occurs. Replicas of the statues from 18 years ago were displayed in the Winter Palace, and poison gas was released in the Autumn Palace, which has been disguised as the Winter Palace. The two chemicals in the Pisces case, normalium and phthalate, were mixed, causing an outbreak of poison gas. The victim of the poison gas was Dan Gustavia, a person involved in the IS-7 incident. Because he was unconscious, he received treatment in the Zodiac Art Gallery infirmary. Finally, the dead body found floating in the fountain. And once again, the ice sculptures had melted. There is a deep connection between the two cases. It's possible that there are still some clues left from 18 years ago. Right, let's get started. Just 1 second. Don't tell me you've forgotten about me. Didn't I just tell you that I'm the one in charge of this case? Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you intend to continue disrupting Sebastian's investigation, the word guilty will be added to your PIC report. What does she mean, guilty? Please allow me to assist you in the investigation as before. I appreciate your proposal, but I'm afraid I must overrule it. That was fast. Even though we are shorthands to identify the victim right now, it's only a matter of time until we figure it out. In that case, I shall take that load off your shoulders at once. Regarding the identity of the unidentified body, one person comes to mind. Really? Then tell us! Very well. It's not just the sculptures that happened that made a comeback from the incident 18 years ago. The body in the fountain is... It's likely that the identity of the body is the victim of the murder that occurred here 18 years ago. Isaac Dover. It's Dicey's body? Hey, who's that? I never heard of him! Well, to be fair, the best, you were kind of, not alive 18 years ago. He's only 17. Mr. Isaac Dover, a truly great sculptor. But he was better known as Pierre Hoquet. The sculptures on display here in the museum are all of his creations. So in other words, that sculpture was the best. Somehow I feel strong kingship to him. Don't make me push you into that fountain. And he was the victim in the IS-7 incident. How does she know about it? Oh, she is a judge after all. She knew about the IS-7 incident? Prosecutor Edgeworth, the IS evidence occurred 18 years ago. And what more, the police reported the removal of the body. That's what's on the record, but I wonder if that's really the truth. What are you saying? The defense attorney in charge of the IS evidence claimed that the body was never found. Not that the prosecution would ever admit to such a thing. Alright, who's getting a phone call? Hello? Yeah? Really? Is something wrong, Sebastian? No, it's just that they said they know who the victim is. It's just as that prosecutor says. It's Dover. No, it can't be. It is very likely. That means, unfortunately, my suspicions do go back falling on Catherine. It would seem my father's suspicions were correct. What is it, Judge Courtney? Have you finally realized that I am much more helpful than Mr. DeBest? Hey! You're trying to steal the best position for yourself! I'm doing no such thing. I just want to know the truth. And for that to happen, we need to cooperate, no? The truth is none of your concern. She is definitely hiding something. I don't think that's true. Courtney Pie. You again? Uncle Ray assisted the defense attorney involving in the ISS incident. The one who claimed that Mr. Dover's body was never found. The prosecution denied it at the time, but now the body has been discovered here. And said prosecutor has been imprisoned 2 years ago, thanks to a certain defense attorney. In other words, the IS-7 investigation was just unjust. And isn't it the duty of the PIC to investigate corrupt prosecutors? Then, wouldn't you want to cooperate with those who are involved with the case? Unless you have an ulterior motive. Now that I think about it, Judge Courtney knew about the IS-7 incident, so it would seem that she really is here because of PIC. Even if you're related to the incident, I don't see how Prosecutor Edgeworth is. I am the defense attorney who is in charge of the investigation's son. I don't know how else you... He is the son of the attorney in that case. And a prosecutor taught by Von Karma himself. What's more, he was in the audience of the IS-7 trial. I'm sure there are many points he can enlighten us on. Very well. I'll allow you to cooperate. However, your investigation must not hinder other investigators. The Whitner Palace is currently being investigated, but the fountain patio is open to you. That's my Courtney pie. Now we're talking. As thanks, I'll allow you to have a hug with Uncle Ray. Overruled. If I feel your cooperation isn't needed, I will have to ask you to leave. Understood. Isn't that great, Miles? Now we can start investigating. You really helped us there. Uncle Ray really did it all for himself. Alright, Uncle Ray's gonna investigate too, so let me know if you figure something out. Got it. Right then. Okay, let's begin the investigation. Okay, let's do this. We still don't know where Mr. Dover's body and the normality are hidden. We don't have enough information to go on. You're right. Our first priority is the normalium. Well, normalium was used in the washing detergents like paints and the like. If I recall, it's a red liquid with a minty aroma. Well then, let's get looking for that normalium. It's a statue of a brave warrior fighting a snake. Was this also made by Pierre Hoquet? It appears to be one of his early works, when he was enormed with fantasy and myths. The statue represents his heroic resolution to oppose the hopeless difficulties in his youth. The title is The Math Test. Yes, the true opponent of any youngster. Math. I know that feeling all too well. There's the statues of a couple in Roman costumes. Are these by Pierre Hoquet too? I think these were made in the mid-years of his life, the height of his fame. He modeled them after Roman gods, at the request of his beloved wife. The piece is entitled Venus, the Goddess of Beauty, and Her Manservant. I think it's obvious who wrote the patents in that relationship. These are fierce trees in front of the door. But that door leads to the Autumn Palace. Fir trees are winter trees, so they must have been placed here as a red herring. Well then, why don't we paint them on in autumn red? Okay, fir trees are green all year round. I knew that. On the show, also trophies commemorating Isaac Dover's work as Pierre. Okay, he surely was the first-rate artist. There are quite numbers of trophies lined up here. I remember you had some trophies too, Mr. Edgeworth. I would love to have some too, if only there was contest for thieves. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? Could we hold one at the prosecutor's office? Yes, if the winner wants to get arrested. I don't mind you holding a contest, but all the participants would be arrested. There's a maple tree in front of this door, but that door leads to the Winter Palace. Maple trees are in autumn trees, so this must have been placed here as a red herring. Well then, how about we freeze it to make it look like a maple tree in winter? Please don't complicate matters any further. Alright. Mrs. Best, you're getting a bit in my way if you stand here. Huh? I'm not getting into move. Just do what you can over there. Don't say that. It's probably the best if you just stand over there. The best, you say? Okay, I'll go stand over there. So anything is fine as long as you add the best to it. I feel that your conduct this far has clearly been out of line. I will make sure to bring this matter to the PAC. Do whatever you want. But in return, we're going to be doing whatever we want as well. If I remember correctly, you're the little Miss Great Thief. I will have to report your misconduct to the PSC as well, young lady. Sure, since it only will serve to increase my fame as a great thief. It seems even Judge Courtney is unable to get a handle on Kay. Alright, what do you got for us, scones? Oi! How's the investigation coming along? Have you found anything yet? Hoi! Not quite yet, actually. We haven't found any clues yet. You're doing it wrong. Hoi is when you're showing something to someone. Also, yes, he is used to confirm. Is used to confirm, and it's also a greeting. Yip! Yeep! Is used when you're afraid. But when you're it's used when you don't like something. Oi is used when you're calling someone. Oi! I see. I didn't know it was that deep. Is it really that deep? British people, tell me is it that deep? Oi, Mr. Edgeworth. Did you catch all of that? Okay, be more serious. Yes, see. We have recovered the victim's body. Forensics are currently performing the upstory. And what of the investigation of the fountain? These fountains are completely clear. You can cleanse both your heart and soul with it. A body was floating in the fountain just a moment ago, though. It appears the body has already been recovered by the police. Why was the body of the victim from 18 years ago found floating in the fountain? I mean, wouldn't the body have gotten all goopy after 18 years? I don't know if I would call it goopy. It certainly would have required a special method to preserve the body. Yeah, I wonder if such a method even exists. Hey, Mr. Forensics Guy, any new information? Yes! Normalium and Fatalium have been detected in the fountain waters. They must have flowed through the stream from the Autumn Palace to the fountain. Aside from the chemicals, we have also found high levels of sugar. We're working hard on investigating it. Sugar in the fountain water. What could have caused that? Sculptures of a man with the face of the moon, and a woman with the face of the sun. The man looks kind of gloomy, though. Were these also made by Pierre Hoquet? Yes, it seems like he made these in his youth, when he was enthralled with stars. The piece likened the relationship between the moon and the sun to something closer to home. The piece is entitled My Parents. Ooh, rough childhood there, buddy. I think we know who wore the pants in that marriage. There's statues of a couple in Roman costumes. These are these by Pierre Hoquet too? I think these were made in his mid years of his life and the height of his fame. He modeled them after the Roman gods at the request of his beloved wife. The piece is entitled Venus, the goddess of beauty, and her manservant. I think it's obvious who wore the pants in that relationship. So it's the same thing on both sides. On the service cart, Miss Hall has prepared her tea set. According to the pamphlet, the museum also is famous for its tea. Yes, it certainly has a flavorful, rich taste. It seems like this tea set is also made by Mr. Dover. Oh, so the tea set was made by the victim. Let's take a closer look. These are containers filled with kaolin tea leaves in it. To prevent exposure to sunlight and moisture, the container is airtight and made of tin. This should help to preserve the quality of the tea leaves. There's not a single stain on this pure white tablecloth. Take hold of that edge and focus it in your mind. There, and one goes. Pull. Okay, I hope you're not planning to do anything bad. No, don't worry. Even if I failed, the tablecloth would just die. It'd be dyed nice, a nice black a la tea. Black a la tea. The tablecloth looks better white. Please refrain from changing it. I wonder about that. It might look better in another color, like pink or blue or tea. So this tea set was made by Isaac Dover. Fancy stuff, huh? Okay, I say this tea set is worth thousands of dollars. Please be careful with it. Eh? This tea set is such a treasure. Please don't look so excited and don't steal it. If I recall correctly, Miss Hall was a huge fan of Mr. Dover. Hey, Edgy! What is it? Be careful with that teapot! Why must I be warned by him of all people? Madam and mistress, would you care for some tea? Miss Hall. Ah, Katie! No, I'm fine, thanks. Kate and Edgy, you guys can have some. Well, since you're asked, we might as well take a short break. Certainly. Thanks for the tea. Wow, it's so tasty! What kind of tea is this, Mr. Edgeworth? It's kaolin tea, known for the citrus aroma. However, Miss Hall, is this the same tea you served us this morning? Yes, that's right. Was it not to your liking? No, it's not that. The tea we had this morning had a slightly different aroma. Huh? How strange. It's the same kaolin tea I served this morning. There shouldn't be anything different about it. What's wrong with you, Edgy? Quit nitpicking about the tea Kitty's so godly prepared for you! Larry, what are you getting so upset about? I'm not upset! You're just being a rude jerk! Have you met him? And I told you to call me Lawrence! Sheesh! talk to us in like 5 minutes, or it's like arguing with a child. Lawrence, I wonder what's wrong. I'd like to ask him later myself. And I also need to speak with Miss Hall. I don't have any evidence that shows that she's the culprit, but yeah. I dare say she's the one who set up the poison gas trap. It might be something. Nope. It wasn't something. Miles, how's the investigation going? Well, little by little, I'm beginning to see the entire truth behind this case. Oh, that's good to hear. Uncle Ray's better not fall behind either. I never would imagine that you end up becoming a prosecutor. I'm sorry. No, I'm not blaming you. You had your own reasons behind it as well, right? But standing up in courtroom as a prosecutor isn't the same as doing it as a defense attorney. It's something I would like you to experience just once as a defense attorney. Excuse me, I already have. I already have. There was actually a time where I stood in the courtroom as a defense attorney. It definitely didn't feel bad at all. Now, was that because you were standing in the place of a certain defense attorney? Because you guys are absolutely in love with each other. I'm definitely not feeding into the shippers. I'm definitely not feeding information to the shippers. No, not at all. Or was it because, like, yes, this was what my father did? The IS-7 incident. It sure was a fateful case. At least it was for Uncle Ray. For me as well. I've been thinking a lot about the IS-7 incident. Don't you think that'd be better to abbreviate it as well as the IS incident? Okay. Oh, then what about the C incident, or perhaps the Golden case? Which one should we decide on? It's quite a dilemma, eh? Sometimes I don't know how seriously he takes things. This evidence holds the so-called key to the case, right? Or it's possible. Yep. Then hold on to it closely. Hurry, put it away. He doesn't think much about this. We never did find the fluorescent cloth that went missing 18 years ago. Isn't it weird for something like that to stand out, just disappear? So the question becomes, was it overlooked or was it hidden, right? By someone. Aha! The so-called angel's recipe because it contained the recipe for many miraculous medicines. Is there any medicines in particular that you're interested in? Uncle Ray? Not really. How about Kay? I would love a medicine that made me a genius, or turn invisible, or gave me the ability to fly. Aren't you expecting a little too much from a medicine? Oh, this one sure takes me back. If you noticed anything strange about it, I'd like you to tell me. I've been thinking about this case for the past 18 years. I don't think I'm going to covertly notice something all strange out of a sudden. But you might be able to, Miles. You're talking all cool, but you're pretty much having nothing to say, right? Did you notice? It seems a lot has come to nothing. Aha, this, eh? This case seems to have a lot in common with the case 18 years ago. I agree. The melted ice in the Winter Palace and the body of the victims from 18 years ago. I wonder why nobody ever noticed the body was missing after all this time. The only family Mr. Dover had was a young son, his son, and Mr. Gustavia's son, who was attended the same elementary school. After the case, they both went missing. What? And they haven't been found yet? I haven't heard any news about Mr. Gustavia's son being found. But as for Mr. Dover's son, he was found, and his inheritance was delivered to him. So he's also dead. And because of that, Mr. Dover never had a proper funeral. That's the way they were able to make it look like the body had been in police custody. The autopsy report was also been forged. So nobody but the defense ever found out. Found karma. You would go that far? You were his apprentice. Of course, you would know that. There's a vase of tulips in front of the store. Probably because this is the spring palace. You know, speaking of spring, it's moving season. People who have just moved always let their guard down. So it's also thieving season. As a great thief, don't you think burglary is a little bit beneath you? Ugh, you're right. Hmm? This lift trolley has been just left here. I wonder if it's used recently to carry something heavy. The surface of the platform appears to be wet. I remember seeing this little lift trolley someplace before. You mean during the IS-7 incident? Ah, that's right. I remember now. It was in Dover's room. If I remember correctly, it was used to transport the ice sculptures. The lift trolley has a feature that allows you to adjust the height of the angle of the platform. Just one of these, a single person can move the sculptures all by themselves. Wow, how convenient! I want one too. Why is there a lift trolley here? I guess that's something we need to think about. Yes, it could be related to the case. And the self-love trophies. Talk to the forensics team. Prosecutor the best. Prosecutor the best ordered me not to let you investigate anything but this room. I absolutely cannot let you pass through any further than this. I am sorry. I won't send. And since I can't pass through anyways, you're standing in front of a wall. No, after you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. If you really wanted this wall, I would. If you wanted to, this wall wouldn't stop you. Wow, you're even more fearsome than I thought, Mr. Edgeworth. Just what kind of human does these people think I am? They don't think you're a human, they think you're a monster. That's a cold stare. I can do cold stares too. I have to switch to Shinova to get the full effect. Cause does this not intimidate you? Does this face not intimidate you at all? Don't worry about it too much. Hello, Booba. Alright, here we go. Back to normal. Larry, tell me what you're hiding. Okay? Do your thing, okay? You too. Stop glaring at each other like that! I'm not glaring, okay? I'm just using my artist perspective. Edgy's the one glaring. Then, if you know what's good for you, you will tell me what you're hiding right now. No, wait, dude! Did I say I'm not talking to you anymore? You just did. Aren't you talking to me right now? From now on, I am definitely not talking to you anymore! I'm not going to get anywhere like this. Looks like I'll have to force it out of him. One of these things is going to be right. Wait a second. Nah. Oh, that's all the evidence I have. Larry, what are you hiding? I can stare at you very intimidatingly until you talk. Well, it's the best I got. Hey, come on, Mr. Edgeworth. This isn't the time to playing around, you know. I wasn't playing around. Still, it looks like Lawrence won't be talking anytime soon. If he isn't going to talk to us willingly, I'll just have to force him to talk. What is Larry hiding? Perhaps I should investigate a bit more. I should continue investigating around the fountain patio. Alright! We must talk to Miss Halls. We haven't talked to her yet. Miss Holt, where have you been up until now? I was showing the remaining guests out and handing out the complimentary guests as an apology. Do you require my services? Yes. There's a few things I want to ask you about. If my suspicions are correct, she's the one who set up the poison gas trap. For Monsieur Edgeworth's son had become a prosecutor, I'm sure there must have been some awful circumstances to it. You don't want to get into my past trauma. Yes, a lot has happened, although I cannot talk about the details right now. Mr. Edgeworth, you really take after your father. Even if your profession is different, I'm sure you are excellent as he was. That's what I aspired to be, but my father would always face his work with an unwavering conviction. Even now, er, I'm still lost regarding to the question of what my past should be. I don't know. A whole lot about the case. Ding. Why is Kay singing along with her? What is a great actress like you doing as a curator of an art gallery? Deep down, I don't think there's much of a difference. Films, musicals, suites, singing, sculptures, it's all the same. At the end of the day, it's all artists still striving for the same goal: to move the human heart. Is Lawrence striving for that too? Of course not. He's not an artist, he's Larry. That's a special Florence cloth I've received from Madame Delicia. Could you tell me how many cloths she gave you? There were 4. And Autumn Palace also had Florence cloth. But I feel like I saw one more. It seems like she's hiding something. What kind of methods and medicines for preparation described in the Angel's book? It contains many ways of the preparation, so I can't explain them all in such a short time. Although, if you really want to know, I can tell you. It will take about 2 hours, though. Well, we got that kind of time. We got that time. Tonight, we got that time. We're all ears, Kenny! I can't tell you. I can tell you every one of them. With matching in the melody. Let's start with my explanation. What should we do now? Listen to all of it? No! That won't be necessary. No, we had the time. Apparently, this love trolley was here 18 years ago. Yes, it has allowed me to move various things from other rooms into this one. It was an intent to carry heavy objects, but it's quite useful for all sorts of things. I'm curious about why the top of it was wet when we examined it. That lift trolley, I wonder if it was used to move something that was made that made it wet. did you prepare the melted sculptures from 18 years ago? My! So you know about what happened 18 years ago. It's because 18 years ago I photographed Mr. Dova's sculptures. Using photos as a base, I managed to create replicas. Replicas? The Zodiac sculptures has been unfinished works. I wanted to complete it somehow. Because I am the one who accidentally melted Mr. Dova's sculptures. And tell me why the Autumn Palace resembles the Winter Palace so much. Well, my apologies. They do really look so alike. I think I may have gotten some of the decorations mixed up. She is obviously lying. But I haven't gathered any evidence to prove that yet. Oh, whoa, what's this? Okay, I didn't mean to talk to you. Yeah, what's up? I didn't mean to talk to you. This melon's color. Don't tell me it's a puddle of tea. Huh? There's a piece of pottery in the middle of the puddle. I wonder what broke. I think I recognize the design. I should probably show this to that man and see what he has to say. Yep, sorry, myself. What do you have to say for yourself, butts? Larry, take a look at this. Ugh. What's that? Larry, I got a feeling that what you're hiding is related to tea and this to pottery shard. Well, if you're not going to talk to me, I can always hand this shard over to Judge Courtney. Wait! I'm trying to keep my cleavage from Justy! I don't want her to see how I dirtied myself! I can't imagine what part of you would be considered clean, but if you don't want her to declare you guilty, I suggest you speak truthfully now. I got it! I'll tell you! Hiding something? Larry, it's time you confess to what you've done. How can you be so cruel to your best friend? The same way you can be so dishonest to your best friend. Well, you can't stop glaring! You can stop glaring at me! I'll promise to tell you the truth for sure this time! I just thought I poured Justy some tea, but my hand kind of slipped a bit, and it broke. I accidentally broke the crazy expensive teapot! Buck strikes again. No, why am I not surprised? Oh boy, you really done this time. You really have done it this time, Lawrence. What did I do, Edgy? Well, first of all, stop calling yourself fucking Lawrence. Can you believe me? Crying to me about it won't solve anything. First, you should apologize to Miss Hall. It is that so? My teapot was... Katie, I'm so sorry. I don't have anybody, but I'll draw as many portraits of you as you like. Please, kindly raise your hand, mister. It is I who should apologize. I didn't notice the broken shards. It's dangerous, so I'll tidy up the broken pieces. Allow me to take this piece from me as well. Wasn't this tea set one of Isaac Dover's works? I hear that it was very important to you. Yes. But there's no use crying over spilled tea. Besides, I still have another one of those teapots left. Is she not as attached to Dover's work as she used to be? Katie, you're so kind! Oh, the other teapot you're talking about? Is that the one with the group? Yes. Larry, truth is, when I was trying to hide the broken shards, I took a look under that cart, and I found a teapot that looked exactly the same. So I switched them. Really? care to make sure no one break that pot. You don't brag about where you were. That you were the one who broke the teapot in the first place. I'm sorry. I don't mind. Thank you for your consideration. Kitty is a really nice lady, isn't she? You should reflect on how that caused. You should reflect on how you caused her. You caused trouble for people like her. Okay. When I make it as big as an artist, I'll donate you paintings. In fact, I'll even welcome you to my own personal model. I think it'd be better if you just stopped causing trouble. I hope you haven't done anything else. I haven't! I just stood around sketching beauties. Sketching beauties? If you're really interested, I could let you take a peek. I guess even Mr. Edgeworth is interested in beauties. It's not like that. I just thought it might be another one of his strange paintings. How dare you! I'm very confident in my work this time! Ooh, I want to see too. Oh, I'm glad you're so honest about it, Kate. I'll get it ready, so come check it out later. I guess I'll have to him show it to me later. I have some logic to deduce first. Maybe the reason the Callian tea is smelled differently because the pots have been switched. Really? The taste of the tea itself did not actually change after all. Let's go ask Miss Hall about it in more detail. Miss Hall, was the reason the Callian tea smelled different because the pots were switched? Yes, that certainly is possible. It had a fresh minty aroma, not like that of Ivio tea. Ah, I remember now. I prepared some minty yesterday. I'm sure the aroma just happened to remain in the teapot. Is that there is to it? A minty aroma was emanating from the pot Larry had replaced. Miss Hall said the aroma was left over from the mint tea she prepared yesterday. Indeed, she seems less surprised to find out that Larry broke the teapot, and more surprised by the fact that the pots have been switched. That's right. Normally, it would be the reverse. A broken teapot is much more shocking. She probably is trying to hide this teapot. Hide the pot? One of the characteristics of normalitium is a minty aroma. There's a possibility that she was hiding normalitium inside the teapot. What? Inside the pot? It's only a possibility for now, but it's the one worth investigating. Mr. the Best, I assume you haven't found the normalitium yet. Huh? Oh! I had the entire art museum searched, but I haven't received any reports yet. And what about you? Do you have any ideas? Only one. I knew it. Nobody but me would be able to find it. Wait, what? You have an idea where it is? Indeed. Then tell me! It may have been in this teapot that Miss Hall had used. Oh, this teapot's pretty nice. It would make the perfect present for the best prosecutor. It's not a present. It's an important piece of evidence. Oh, it's just evidence? Then I guess I'll have the forensics take a look at it. Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there something wrong with the teapot I used? The teapot has a minty aroma to it. It's the same aroma used as one of the chemicals used to create the poison gas. Mr. Edgeworth, surely you don't mean you suspect me of having set off the poison gas? I do. Setting up the poison gas trap in the Autumn Palace would require some preparation. As the culturer of this museum, you're the only one who could have prepared it in advance. I wonder about that. Preparations for opening the museum took about a week, and I've received help from both outsiders and Miss Celicia. I think there were people besides me who are suspicious. Of course, Delicia is also under scrutiny. Furthermore, I don't even know how to create something like poison gas. Even if you found no maladium in my teapot, there's no way I could have prepared the poison gas. Well then, I'll look forward to hearing the analysis report of the teapot. Her excuse is that she doesn't know how to prepare the poison gas. Little sus, ain't it? I must find a way to shatter that excuse. She definitely is the killer. This is Edgeworth. It's Gumshoe, sir. Did something happen? Actually, right now, all the investigators but me have left the Winter Palace. So I can finally tell you what we found. It's not good for a detective to be leaking out information about the investigation, but his resourcefulness has saved me many times these past few days. All the sculptures in the Winter Palace have melted. There's still some liquid left in the cases, but there's less in the Gemini case than the Taurus case. There's still liquid in the glass cases? Yes, sir! We just investigated the light blue liquid a moment ago. We only detected sugar in the Taurus case, but for some reason, in the Gemini case, we detected 3 different substances. 3 substances they considered of sugar, salt, and blood. Blood? Blood and salt were detected in the Gemini case. I wonder whose blood it could have been. I asked forensics to look into it. Right, I'll leave it to you, detective. That reminds me, the forensics investigation in the fountain contacted me. It seems the sugar found in the fountain matches that found in the light blue liquid. Oh, that sounds like a valuable information. Is that all the new information you have found for me? Ah, now that you mention it, we found the rainbow light detective in here. The device was used to disguise the Autumn Palace. It seems the device was used in the ISS and it was also connected to this one. I should listen to what Delicia has to say about that. Oh, let's go back to the investigating now, sir. I'll get the results of the blood test. And I'll let you know right away, sir. Yes, thank you, detective. Was that Gummy calling? That sure was a long call. But thanks to him, we now have an important piece of information. In order to break Miss Hall's alibi, I'll need to talk with everyone involved in the ISS incident. Got anything new for us? Mr. Shields, could you tell me what kind of person Miss Hall is? Miles, don't tell me. You're also interested in Katie. No. Well, joking aside, all Uncle Ray can say is, the kid I know is a truly admirable woman. For 18 years, she's always wanted to remain here and wait for Master's return. However, she was driven out of the mansion by Master's relatives. What? She was driven out of the mansion? That's because Kate isn't related by blood to Mr. Masters. There's no family and her job taken from her? She had no choice but to go become an actress. She could only live on with the song and dance that Mr. Master had taught her. Well, she's not retired as a famous actress, though. Why did she retire? Because she already saved enough money to buy this mansion. It seems she even got back the angel recipe that has been taken by the Masters Group. This mansion where she had lived with Master Masters has been everything to her. She probably just wanted to take back everything that she lost. It seems that Mr. Shields emphasized with Miss Halls, but you could also say that her actions have taken away everything Mr. Masters had. Mrs. Best, you're getting a bit in my way if you stand here. I'm not going to move. Just do what you can over there. Don't say that. It's probably the best if you just stand over there. The best, you say? Okay, I'll go stand over there. So anything is fine as long as you add the best to it. So I'm going to assume Justine's going to say relatively the same thing too. Delicia, would you be willing to aid in the investigation? Yes, see, of course. Anything for my ease and cafe. I'll listen to whatever he has to say. I was wondering if you could stop calling me Miley. And stop calling me Cafe. That's out of the question. I can't just change a name I've already decided on. But that's not my legal name. No, I accidentally hit the wrong button. Even if we ask her, she won't listen to what we have to say at all. Okay, I want to talk to Larry first, though. About the sketching beauties. About that sketch you mentioned just now. What? If you want to see my art so bad, you should have been honest from the start. Look, here it is. What is this? I already told you, it's a sketch of the beauties. Ah, but just to be clear, the beauties only refer to Justine in court. The other lump lady has nothing to do with that. And why did you draw her on the same page? Well, I was taking a break from my still life paintings when those beauties caught my eyes. I guess I drew just in the same page without thinking. So you're saying that the pictures on this page were drawn this separately, huh? Oh yeah, I have many drawings of them from all different times. By the way, there's a drawing of beautiful little Miss Kate on another page. Wow, beautiful, huh? Thanks, Larry. You drew this exactly as you saw it, correct? Well, yeah, I can't even draw. Even I can't draw what I can't see. Yes, you can. You just have to use your imagination. I recreated the scene perfectly, even with delicate traits. Delicate traits, huh? I don't want to admit it, but this picture might become of help in the investigation. The contents of the sketch and the service cart in the fountain patio. It seems as there's a contradiction between the two. I'll need to expose this contradiction with the power of my deduction. Can I borrow the sketch for a while? Sure! I could even sign it for you if you like. I think I'll pass. Hold on. This spot contradicts the evidence. Really? I don't see it. Why do you relax and have another cup of tea? That'll help you get it together. Larry, there's something I want to ask you about your sketch. Huh? Well, lecture. You want to lecture on sketching from the famed Professor Lawrence, do you? No. I just need to ask you something. The tablecloth in your sketch, are you sure it was a light blue? Yeah, my eyes never fail me. But the one on the service cart here is white, isn't it? Dude, you're always so busy thinking just with your head that you miss the obvious. What's that look on your face? When I drew that painting, it was I was using the cart with the tea set on it. Remember? Because I was tidying up the broken pottery shards. It's not something to be proud of. Right then, Katie came out of the Winter Palace. I had to hurry up and hide the broken teapot so that she wouldn't notice it. Did you just say Miss Halls came out of the Winter Palace? That's right, but this time she was pushing another service cart, and the tablecloth was light blue, just like how I drew it. What did she do with the service cart? Beats me. She went into the summer palace with it. I don't know. When she came out, she was pushing the lift trolley. The lift trolley? When I called out to her, she was so surprised that she just left it there. She sure is too cute when she's so shy. The second service cart and the lift trolley. Maybe there was 2 tea sets along with 2 service carts. We'll have to verify with Miss Halls. Is it true that you keep 2 service carts in the premises? Yes. Is there something wrong? Earlier when I was looking at one sketch from that so-called artist, and I noticed that he has drawn the cart's tablecloth light blue. Light blue? You said that you weren't mistaken, mister. I only use tablecloths that appear white. That's true. The tablecloth here doesn't have a single spot on it. Yes, that's because I always change them immediately whenever they get dirty. Did Larry really get the color wrong then? What were you doing when the sketch was drawn? At that time, I was just doing my job as usual. Then you could tell me exactly what that work entails. What were you doing when drawing the sketch? From the looks of the drawing, it doesn't seem like you were transporting the tea set. This is when I was delivering chocolates to other people in the investigation. Ah, how nice. Chocolates. I wish I could have gotten some too. There are still a few left, so please eat them, Mrs. Eason. I made them myself, though it's possible they might not suit your taste. Woohoo! Thanks so much! Thank you. Perhaps it's just because she had them in her pocket, but it looks like they melted a bit. The sweet goodness. I'm happy to hear you say that. These chocolates are a little misshapen, but I'm glad to get some sugar into my system. Although they are a little too sweet for my taste. Oh my god, he sounds just like his dad! Alright, back to talking to the people. Sorry, this is such a bop. Oh, didn't Gurgi have a different badge? Yes, my father was a defense attorney, and I chose a different path than my father. Ah, I see. So that's as it is. Can't be helped, eh? Since you're at that age. 26. But when you get a bit bigger, I'm sure you'll understand that your father loved you. I'm 26. Because everyone goes through rebellious phases. There's no reason to be ashamed about it. What? I didn't become a prosecutor because I was in a rebellious phase. Oi! That thing you got this. Ah, the cute Miley. But the colors are all appealing. Now if I were to go to the rest of that screen. Stop it! The cloth is made from pretty expensive materials. It's hard to come by if you know. The technology is amazing. How's it made? Yes, see, if you're interested, I shall share my secret information with you. So it's developed by this blue screen thing, huh? I gotta steal that tech. I made it to be the shining star of the new world of thieves. Could you please let me talk to her as well? It's true, I know how to make the poison gas. But even if you know how to fire a gun, doesn't mean you actually shot one, right? I haven't actually decided that you're the criminal yet, though. I may be a great thief, but that doesn't mean I would commit evil deeds. You see the truth, Kate. I think that considered to be evil. I may be a pastry chef. That doesn't mean I can make desserts. That's because you're a fake pastry chef. Good, that was an inside thought, Edworth. You also read the angel's recipe, right? Of course. I may look like it, but I'm an ace pharmacist. That's amazing. An ace pharmacist. That's my long felt dream. That's right. That's right. At least Keife understands. This is the first I've heard about her being interested in pharmacological, though. Shh! Its little battery can go a long way when you're stealing returning information. Well then, Miss Delicious, there's something I'd like to ask of you. Fine, no can do. I can't just change names I already decided on. For a great thief, all the people have I thought stolen like this. Looks like it didn't get you very far. This sketch. Isn't this one called The Sketch of Beauties? That's what the one who drew it called it. Although it seems you were excluded from it. But that boy perhaps Lawrence. I'd love to chat on him one-on-one later. It would be my pleasure to introduce you. Mr. Edgeworth, you're making an awfully evil face right now. I don't understand what you're talking about, Kay. I wouldn't do anything illegal. Oh wait, no, of course I wouldn't. I'm a prosecutor after all. Whoops, there. Yes, see, that's Katie's chocolates, right? They seem to have melted a bit, though. Not eating them when they're at their best. It's very chocolate, Smiley. No, they already melted when I got them. Maybe Miley's hands got hotter when he received those sweets from a sweetie. Okay, I beg of you, please don't steal her manner of speech. Do you know anything about the decorations that are used in this museum? Especially the fluorescent cloths and the special device called the rainbow light device? Yes, see, of course I do. Because they are presents that I gave to Katie. And as an apology for breaking the rules 18 years ago, I gave her 4 new rock salt lamps and 4 fluorescent cloths I used in the contest. Wow, that's so nice! Fluorescent cloths and rock salt lamps. Seems like only us girls can understand how wonderful they are. That's a girl thing to say, Miss Delicious. I like them too, you know. Bah! That's back when Ray Ray was still a cute little boy. But when Mr. Shields was a cute little boy, I don't know. I think he's cuter now. I can't even imagine it. Is it the same directions you saw 18 years ago? Probably. The rock salt lamps are across the rainbow lights, the best. They all seem the same. 4 fluorescent cloths were used in the Autumn Palace, but I have a feeling I saw one more of them the same cloth. It's true. Look, I got the proof right here in my bag. What's she searching for? Not this. Not this either. I remember seeing a cloth like that recently. That's what Delicious and I have confirmed my suspicions. I'd like to ask you something, since you are a pharmacist. Exactly how would one gain the knowledge required to set off poison gas? Oh, that's basic knowledge for any pharmacist who acquainted with Mechatronics X. Even say it's on the woman language. Danger, do not mix with normalium. Then, is there another way for someone who isn't a pharmacist to attain the information? Well, it might be possible if they had seen the angel's recipe. The recipe book that was granted the prize at the contest 18 years ago. Since it also contains the recipes of Mechatronic X. Does this mean that you also seen the contents of the angel recipe? Yes, see, that's a given, of course. The pharmaceutical company I work for is the Masters Group. It's the company that makes the Cold Killer X medicine. Cold Killer X. The cold medicine that promised to kill colds for good. After Jeffy declared guilty, the company took back the recipe book. However, only a small group of elite pharmacists have allowed to see it, though. So this woman is also part of that small group of elite pharmacists. Wasn't there a dirty rag in your bag that looks similar to this? Fine! I'm not going to give you any information to someone who calls it a dirty rag. Then, would it be better if I called it a washcloth? Fine! Wrong again! It's a fluorescent cloth. Ah, oopsie. That was supposed to be a secret. Please tell me all you know about this fluorescent cloth. Please tell me the reason you had hid this cloth. Oh, I guess I have no choice since I get the cat out of the bag. I found this cloth floating in the fountain. Right after that, I was called to the Autumn Palace. The moment Larry captured this so-called sketch of the beauties, at first I thought that one of the fluorescent cloths I have given Katie has washed away. But didn't you only give 4 fluorescent cloths as a present to this museum? There was 4 fluorescent cloths covering the sculptures in the Autumn Palace, right? So that's when I realized that this was the cloth that went missing 18 years ago. The poison gas broke out because someone stolen my Mechatronic X. So I thought that the fluorescent cloth has also been used for the crime. I was afraid I would be suspected if I didn't say something about it to anyone. I see. But I feel a lot better after talking about it. Stress isn't good for your figure after all. 18 years ago, the cloth that was wrapped around the body went missing. Who would have thought it would turn up in the fountain along with the body? I feel that your conduct this star has clearly been out of line. Anything else from Katie? you taste? They were so sweet. Absolutely delicious. I'm glad to hear that. They are also They were, as Mr. Masters liked them, so they are sweeter than normal chocolates. They are a bit misshapen, but it seems that they are filled with love for her family. Oh. Ah ha ha. Ah ha ha. Oh, it's Kate's chocolates. Uncle Ray really loves how sweet they are. The sweet flavors really goes well with the bitter coffee in the office. I see. Coffee would indeed go well with this. Mr. Master said that these were his favorites. I just wish I could paint over them those bitter memories of the cave with the sweet chocolate. What am I missing? Examining. You were being covered by the police with the body of the victim from 18 years ago found in floating in it. It wouldn't be the body. It could be after 18 years. I don't know if that would be called goopy. It certainly would have required a special method. Oh, duh! We have logic. We could probably put together. The method used to set off the poison gas is explained in the Angel's recipe, and the current owner of the Angel's recipe is Miss Hall. Ah! So that means, indeed, it means that it's possible that she knew how to set off the poison gas. With this, we can expose her lies for what they are. Investigation complete! Now all that's left to do is wait for the results of the teapot. To be continued right now! Because, like I said, we are finishing this episode tonight! April 2nd, 2:33 p.m. Zodiac Art Gallery, Fountain Patio. I have a report. We have detected traces of normalium from the teapot. You can't be serious! It's just like Mr. Edgeworth said. Darn did Mr. Edgeworth take the title of best for me again? Mr. The Best, it seems like you have an obsession with being the best. But when you're on the case, winning and losing is of no importance. What are you saying? Obviously, it's the best to be at the best in everything! If you cannot understand that, then you have no business being a prosecutor. Please stop harassing Sebastian. Sebastian, a person of your caliber has no need to listen to such things. Yeah, you're right. Please leave this to me. Why don't you go check on the victim's condition? Yeah, that's a great idea. I'll be right back then. All right, I'll be waiting. Judge Courtney is much more troublesome than Mr. De Best. Well then, Miss Cortoria, can you tell us why mineralin was discovered in the teapot? I was not aware that it contained such a chemical. I suppose it may have been an ingredient from the detergent I have used. So you're saying that you did not put the in it deliberately? No, of course not. There's no way for me to have known that and how to create that poison gas. Despite being a former actress, it seems that you're not very good at lying. What do you mean? The angel's recipe is in your possession, and the method to create the poison gas is contained inside that recipe book. So you must have known how to create it. I'm surprised you knew about that. Miss Couturier, is this true? It is true that I had information about the poison gas contained in one of these recipes. However, just because I saw it doesn't mean I was responsible for the crime. Could you tell me what set off the poison gas? It was caused by the victim heating the lid off the gas. This was a burner. Haha, I see. If he locked himself in that room of his own will and then sets off the poison gas, wouldn't that suggest a suicide? That was her plan all along. It's something about it's. I have a feeling this photo here is going to be like her motive. But god damn it, those cute two kids. These two kids are so cute. I wonder what happened to them. Does she intend to deny it until the bitter end? Furthermore, I wouldn't have been able to obtain a chemical like megatonic X. That may be true, but you could have stolen it from someone else. That reminds me, I met up with Katie a week ago, and the date when I realized my megatonic X is gone. Katie, you couldn't have. Madame Delicia always carried her megacin bag with her. Anyone could have stolen it. That's right. I don't have any proof that she was the one who stole it. Kate, can you tell us what you're hiding? I know you're not the kind of person who would hurt someone without a reason. Mr. Shields, you tell me as well? Setting up a trap on one of the gallery's exhibits and then disguising the rooms. I just think it would have been impossible for anyone but the couturier. That's not true. There's no guards or security cameras at this gallery. If any ill-intentioned person wanted to sneak into the gallery, it would have been easy to ask for them. Then, isn't it like an all-you-can-steal buffet in here? You have to be careful. You never know when a great thief could appear. It doesn't sound like a joke when Kay says it. Actually, Mr. Gustavia apparently entered the gallery before it's opened. Well, I'm beat. Looks like Uncle Ray can't do anything to break down Kate's Aryan guard. This might be a good time to use the techniques your old man taught me. The technique my father taught you? This case is deeply connected to the ones from 18 years ago. If we just pursue the present case, it may seem like there's a lot we don't understand. But if we try turning this thing around, there might be a hint in the case from the past. Thinking of other ways around. Did my father do that too? For example, just consider the relationship between the past case and Kate. Miss Hall's melted Mr. Dover's the Sherwood Arts sculptures 18 years ago, and today Mr. Dover works are on display in the gallery. It can't be she's. I see. Now I know what to ask her. That's good to hear. In that case, Uncle Ray will just watch over you as you do your work. Miss Catherine Halls. 18 years ago, it seems that you melted Mr. Dover's Sherwood Ice sculptures. Yes, I was young and inexperienced, and I did something unexcusable. However, isn't that why you were able to open the Zodiac Art Gallery? I don't know what you mean. I don't understand either. Prosecutor Edgeworth, do you seek her testimony? Yes, I would like her to tell me about the Zodiac Art Gallery. I would like to know the reason you decided to open a gallery for Mr. Dover's artwork. If you insist this is related to the case at hand, I will allow it. Miss Cortoria, your testimony, if you please. Very well. If that's it, will clear your suspicions about me. Now then, please testify about the Zodiac Art Gallery. So I guess when I made that joke last week, 18 years ago, after Mr. Masters was arrested, I was finally able to buy back this mansion. Then, in order to maintain it, I decided to manage it as an art gallery. I collected Pierre Hoquet's works from all over the world. After all, it was my dream to open the Zodiac Art Gallery. It was wonderful that your dream had come true. What do you think, Prosecutor Edgeworth? I don't believe there was anything strange about her testimony. Judge Courtney, I believe in the courtroom. It's standard to cross-examine the witness. You wouldn't agree it's a little too early to say that there is no contradictions. You speak like a defense attorney. Very well. Proceed as you please. It must have taken a lot of hard work out these past 18 years to buy back the mansion. Yeah, I'm not singing. My voice will hurt too much if I start trying to sing every time she does. No matter what any cost, I wanted it back. She looks like she's having fun. Well, she's a former actress. Singing and dancing is her livelihood. Enough with the singing. Please continue your testimony. Are you managing this gallery up by yourself? Yes. Well, I said manage, but it's only open today. And I must continue protecting this mansion so that Mr. Masters has a place to return to. So she took back the mansion for her master's sake. Kate, I'm so sorry. I was powerless. It's not your fault, Mr. Shields. I couldn't do anything either. All I can do now is continue to protect this mansion. I collected Pierre Hoquet's works from all over the world. Pierre Hoquet. Is that that's Mr. Dovis' alias, correct? Yes, it is the name he used when he worked as a sculptor in France. About the collection of his work. How did you prepare these Horus and Gemini sculptures? I heard that Mr. Dover passed away before he completed those two sculptures. I had the sculptures in the Winter Palace specially made, based on the photos I have took. Oh, could you tell us about that in more detail? After all, it was my dream to open the Zodiac Art Gallery. Opening the Zodiac Art Gallery was your dream? It's the Stursis. I wanted to manage the gallery together with Mr. Masters. Singing and dancing, all kinds of sweets. That's the kind of gallery I dreamed about. When she was planning on staging her musical, was she planning on staging a musical here? Jeffrey Masters disobeyed the goddess of law. It's unfortunate, but I am afraid that your dream will never come to pass. No, Mr. Masters is innocent. Yeah, he's innocent because you're the guilty party. The prosecutor at the time did not believe it, but in order to protect Castor and Halls, Jeffrey Masters gave a false confession. They were both trying to protect each other. I prepared replicas of the sculptures and by photos, do you mean the ones taken in Isaac Dover's room? Yes, You seem quite familiar with the events from 18 years ago, Mr. Edgeworth. So the sculptures in the Winter Palace were replicas? No. They melted and I didn't even get to see them once. No, the Sherbert sculptures shouldn't have been replicas. Miss Halls is obviously lying. After all the trouble it took to prepare them, it's a shame that they melted. The sculptures in the Winter Palace are the same Sherbert sculptures from 18 years ago. Unless I point that out to her, I won't be able to find out the truth. Traces of salt, sugar, and blood detected. The blood sugar matches the light blue liquid found in Dover's room 18 years ago. The sugar found in the fountain also appears the same composition. Objection! Did you really think that your excuses would continue to hold up? No matter how much you lie, you can't deny the composition of the sculptures. From the analysis result, it's quite clear that the sculptures in the Winter Palace are the Sherbert sculptures Mr. Dover created. Oi, Miley, as the pharmacist, it's my turn to shine. What we call sugar is actually comes in many different varieties and tastes. Even if that sculpture was replica, it's nearly impossible to replicate the composition. I see. Thank you for the explanation. No, I don't recall asking for one. That, Miss Hall, means you couldn't have melted the Sherbert sculptures back then. You stole them and preserved them for 18 years. How? What? She preserved the Sherbert for a whole 18 years? If you phrase it properly, it's not impossible. Silence, please. Miss Cotoyer, what do you have to say? I can't believe you already uncovered so much. So you're admitting that you stole the Sherbert sculptures? No, I cannot admit to such thing. There isn't any proof that I stole them after all. Also, I couldn't have stolen the sculptures 18 years ago. I don't think they would have easy to save without the police noticing. Is that so? I don't know what you did 18 years ago. As such, I can't. How can I judge it? How can I judge how difficult it would have been to steal them? It looks like you won't be give up so easily. I don't intend on giving up until I learn the truth. I understand. Then I shall tell you what I did 18 years ago. On the day of the incident, I was waiting in the main building until the judging. During the judging, at Mr. Master's request, I went to change the film in the camera. But before I could deliver the camera to him, I discovered Mr. Dover's body. After Mr. Gevery arrived, I prepared tea for everyone involved in the investigation. It was then that I witnessed Mr. Gustavia entering Mr. Dover's room. And that is everything I have done that day. I don't think there's anything suspicious about my actions. That's not your decision to make. Mr. Edgeworth, was there any contradictions in her testimony? For now, I should just prove that she stole the sculptures. But when could Mrs. Hall stolen them? If I can answer that, her crime should come to light. What were you doing before the judging began? I was in my room on the second floor practicing my dancing. I was performing on the TV show Piece of Cake back then. Piece of Cake? What kind of show was that? It was a children's program. The host made sweets while singing and dancing. Oh, that sounds like fun! Well, that's unexpected. You knew about the show, Miles? My father told me about it once, so I just happened to watch it a few times. Can we add Piece of Cake to those things that Miles just, secretly loves? to have that with the Steel Samurai and now with a piece of cake. Could Miss Halls have stolen the sculptures then? I'm gonna say that it couldn't have been then. It couldn't have been then. I should listen to more of her testimony. Seeing the judging at Mr. Master's request, I went to change the film in the camera. So you were the only one who could move freely during the judging period. I certainly would have more freedom. To move about than the contestants. However, I couldn't possibly have stolen the sculptor's item from Mr. Masters. Moreover, upon asking the film, I went directly to the entryway. At Mr. Master's request, she went to change the film in the camera. Could Miss Halls have stolen the sculptures then? Let's get more information. It couldn't have been then. I should listen to more of her testimony. But before I could deliver the camera to him, I discovered Mr. Dover's body. So you entered Mr. Master's room before you discovered the camera. Yes, I heard the sound of something breaking, you see. Mr. Master? Are you there? That's actually the sound of the ship breaking. Someone snuck a bite of it, you see. When the body was discovered, was Mr. Masters still driving Mr. Gustavia's room? I am sure that he was. Mr. Masters was the type of person who would carefully judge one room at a time. She found Mr. Dover's body inside Mr. Masters' room. Could Miss Halls have stolen the sculptures then? I think that's when she stole them. Did you sew the same as in the same manner today? Yes, I poured tea for everyone working on the investigation. Now that you mention it, Uncle Ray also got some tea from you that day. Kay was pushing her service cart back and forth from the patio to the main building. I see. Did anything seem strange to you then? Well, I remember your old man singing praises about her kale and tea. And he also said something about how the saucer was chilled. The saucer was chilled? Can Miss Hall have stolen the sculptures then? Nope. When exactly did Mr. Gustavius enter the victim's room? It was when Mr. Gregory and the rest were investigating the crime scene. Apparently, Mr. Gustavia went into Mr. Dover's room to retrieve a family photo. He stole the picture so that their partnership would remain a secret, right? But you can't be a great thief if you get caught stealing. Okay? I don't think Mrs. Gustavia is a great thief. The moment Mrs. Gustavia sneaked into Mr. Dover's room. Could Miss Hall have stolen the sculptures then? No, because there would have been a witness. Could have been... You can always count on Uncle Ray. I'm just gonna guess and check at some point. I'm sorry, but Mr. Fields and company were at the fountain patio the entire time. Are you saying that I saw them in broad daylight? That's precisely what I'm saying. This is where she hid the sculptures to steal them right under their noses. Neither my father nor Mr. Shields realized the sculptures was right in front of them. What you're pushing around was no ordinary service cart. It was the sculpture itself. But surely that would be impossible. If she placed the sculptures on the service cart, people would notice immediately. I never said that she used the service cart to move the sculptures. What? What do you mean? Then what did she use to move the sculptures around? This is what Marcel used to transport the sculptures. This is the lift that lift trolley that Mr. Dover used 18 years ago to move his Sherbert sculptures. It seems the same lift that trolley is still here in the fountain patio. That's because it was originally prepared for the contest in the first place. Are you saying that she used the lift trolley to move the sculptures? Yes. If the sculptures were placed on this lift trolley and then covered with the tablecloth, it could be disguised as a service cart and moved around without some suspicion. How could that be? So the sauces were chilled because they were sitting on ice sculptures? Kate, what's the meaning of this? What were you thinking? That was truly impressive. You certainly are, Mr. Gregory's son. After 18 years, it's hard to imagine any proof that I saw the sculptures remained. But I knew it was only a matter of time till I was suspected. Miss Couture, does this mean you admit to stealing the sculptures? Yes, I admit it. 18 years ago, I stole the Sherbet High sculptures from Mr. Dover's room. It's just as Mr. Edgeworth says. I disguised them in the lift trolley as a service cat, and I served the tea as I made the tea I made back and forth. That wasn't all. I also took the ice block with all the star clusters on it. An ice block with the star clusters on it? That seems familiar. A giant block of ice is being displayed here. It appears to be quite heavy. No, the inside must be hollow. That Winter Palace is a reproduction of Mr. Dover's room from 18 years ago. Because they have melted, my father never got the chance to see them. But those blocks of ice were also originally from Dover's Sherbert salon. The 2 sculptures and the 2 blocks of ice. I took everything I could. And then I placed the antique glasses in Mr. Dover's room. The sculptures were all encased in glass to preserve their fine details. But the ice blocks are being displayed as they were. As per the rules, we prepared the glass cases for Mr. Dover. So it would have been easy for her to prepare the glass cases. In Mr. Dover's room, there were some sculptures that were still unfinished. So I thought if I melted them, it would look like I stole the melted too. So everything you see in the Winter Palace are all original works from 18 years ago. Miss Hall, it didn't take much to get her to confess. Then she must know. She knows. She knows it isn't enough to try her in court. That is all I have to say. But even though I admit to stealing the sculptures, you can't arrest me for it. What? What do you mean by the statutes of limitation? Heavens! You're assisting an investigation without knowing this much? Perhaps you should read this book concerning the statutes of limitations. Statutes of limitations? simply, it's the time frame in which a suspect can be taken to court. You can see it on this page. Murder, 15 years, theft, 7. The statute of limitation for murder is 15 years, and the theft is 7 years. Ah! That's right. And Miss Hall's theft was 18 years ago. According to the statute, she cannot be arrested for stealing the sculptures. So that's how it is. Stealing evidence from a crime scene is an unforgivable offense. However, for this crime to at least, we have no right to pass judgment. It appears that Prosecutor Edgeworth's husband reasoning has all been for naught. I wonder about that. I deduce Miss Hall's actions simply to expose a different crime. If she only took the sculptures, we wouldn't have found the body from 18 years ago. Are you saying that I hid Mr. Dova's body? That's correct. But how can someone hide the body for 18 years? I would imagine it'd be very difficult under normal circumstances. So you're saying that the circumstances weren't normal? Are you claiming that you know where the body was hidden? When you consider Miss Hall's action, the answer becomes obvious. 18 years ago, Miss Hall stole something more than just Sherbert sculptures. If you're so confident, I would like to hear your answer. Hold on. Okay. If murder, 15 years, theft, 7 years. If the suspect flees or lives in another foreign country, the time limit is on hold until the suspect returns. If possible, accomplices are on trial. The countdown is stopped until the verdict is reached, then resumed. If the charges are pressed to demand compensation, the statute is frozen for the length of that procedure. The body. I'm sure Miss Hall hid the body here. Prosecutor Edgeworth. Please show us here how she could have done so. Well, isn't it obvious? I believe you confuse obvious with impossible. Wait, hold on. I'm sure Miss. I'm sure it was there. This is the photograph of Mr. Dover's sculptures. Yes, and perhaps you noticed that the victims can be seen in the picture. I do not see it. Please point it out clearly. Where in this picture can one see the victim of the body? The Gemini sculpture. Yes, while it may look like the Gemini sculpture at first glance, in reality, this is none other than Isaac Dover himself. This, this ice sculpture is the victim's body, but all I can see from this picture is an ice sculpture statue. That's because a certain piece of evidence was used to conceal it. Conceal it? Which piece of evidence did Miss Hall use to conceal the body? This is the cloth that was covering the sculpture in the Autumn Palace. This cloth manipulates light, which makes it entirely possible to make something look like ice. Isn't that right, Delicia? Yes, see? When it glows red, it's like a raging inferno. When it glows blue, you can almost feel like the glittering cold ice. That cloth is only emitting light when it's attached to a special device. Judge Courtney, look closely at the picture one more time. Beneath the Gemini case, there lies a box-shaped object attached to the pedestal. This is the Rainbow Light Site. Detective Gumshoe reported one in the Winter Palace. This is the device that went missing 18 years ago. Originally, it would have been attached to the cloth inside the glass case. Naturally, Miss Hall took the device with her when she moved the sculptures. By using the rainbow light device to make the fluorescent cloth glow, Mr. Dover's body was made to look like an ice sculpture. That's ridiculous! Ah, please, I've seen ridiculouser. So then, when Uncle Ray took that photo of the Winter Palace, that's right, the body has been right in front of us all along, disguised as Gemini. However, the body and the fluorescent cloth were both discovered in the fountain. If the ice sculpture was the body we found in the Winter Palace, if we had found it there, her trick would have been revealed immediately. Miss Hall moved the body out of the Winter Palace to prevent us from discovering it. Absurd. You say she threw the body in the fountain without any of us noticing? No, Judge Courtney. There was no need for that. She simply used the same method as before. Remember the lift trolley? Ha ha! She moved the body to some other room and then dumped it into the stream or into the fountain. Naturally, the frozen body would have snuck into the bottom of the fountain. That's why the cloth floated up first, if it was found by Alicia. And eventually, the body thawed out and floated to the surface. Mr. Edgeworth, you truly have a gift for deducting reasoning. However, do you have any proof that I moved the body? Fingerprints on the trolley. Give me that fingerprints on the trolley. If you cannot prove that, then there's no way I can accept what you're saying. Wasn't there anyone who saw Miss Hull move the body? Yes, I believe there's such a person exists. And the answer lies within the evidence that's presented that person gave me. And that piece of evidence will reveal the truth of Miss Hall's action. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you able to prove the crime of Mr. Couturier? Certainly. I have evidence that she was actually what she did. Then, isn't it time if we see your answer? Which piece of evidence reveals Miss Couturier's actions? Oh, fuck. I made it smaller. I'm sorry. I'm sorry! Everything's fucking up! Scruff! Welcome to the Scruff! Welcome one, welcome all to the Scruff! There we go. Welcome to the finale of Scruff. Yeah, instead of, another sketch. Oh, it appears I have been drawn in this one. The sketch Larry drew of the woman at the fountain patio. I would like you to direct your attention to the serving cart on the left side of the sketch. The serving cart? What about it? Don't you see? What transpired 18 years ago has happened again. Miss Hall was moving the body inside the sketch. No! Please wait. I don't see that Mr. Dover's body anywhere in that drawing. All I did was hand out chocolates to everyone. The key detail in this sketch is the color of the tablecloth. Up until now, I thought Larry had just made a mistake. The tablecloth? It's light blue. It may be a light blue in the sketch, but no blue tablecloths exist in this mansion. Perhaps it's a light blue because the body was hidden, still glowing underneath the tablecloth. What? But the lift trolley is rectangular in sketch. If she placed the body in the lift trolley, we would have noticed it immediately. There were 2 blocks of ice in that winter palace that are completely hollowed out. If she put the body inside the block of ice, it would look like a service cart. That's... Miss Halls, you put the body in the block of ice and used the lift trolley to move it, didn't you? I never imagined you would be able to do so much from a single sketch. But what if it's just a mistake, like you said before? It doesn't prove anything. I agree that alone that sketch is worthless. Once you remove the body, the service cart would revert back to a lift trolley. That's why the lift trolley was left behind in the phantom patio. Without the service cart, there wouldn't be no place for you to put your chocolates. The chocolates I gave everyone. Until then, the chocolates had sat on top of the service cart as you gave them away. But when you gave them to us, you took them from your pocket. Now that you mention it, they were a bit melted, but they were still really sweet and tasty. So why was it necessary to put the money in your pocket halfway through? That's because of one of the bodies. Once the body was scarred, you no longer had a service cart. Hold it right there. If she put the chocolates in her pocket and left the last trolley in the patio, then where did the tablecloth go? If she's been forced to put the chocolates in her pockets, she wouldn't have time to dispose of the tablecloth. Prosecutor Edgeworth, can you answer that for me? The tablecloth wasn't hidden. It's right in front of us. Do clarify. The tablecloth used to hide the body. Where's it now? Isn't it obvious? Miss Halls is carrying it with her out in the open. Out in the open? You mean, Miss Halls, you are wearing the tablecloth around your waist. The block of ice was not just encased in glass. Wait. Yeah! Because in the sketch, she's not wearing an apron. She's just wearing a beautiful green dress. But here, she's wearing the fuck shit. Sorry! Scruff! In other words, the tablecloth was in direct contact with the block of ice. If we had examined it, we would undoubtedly found traces of sherbet on it. Miss Hall, you will turn your tablecloths over to the police at once. There's no need to examine the tablecloth. It's just as you say. I stole the poison from Madame Delicia, and I moved the body. I have done terrible things. Madame Delicia, I'm so sorry. 1 week ago, I took your Megatonic Box X bottle. I slipped it into that man's pocket to make it look like suicide, and if they suspected it was murder, the evidence would point to Madame Delicia. Katie! Kate, what were you thinking? Weren't we always trying to save Mr. Masters together? I could not let myself be arrested. Not until I had proven Mr. Masters' innocence. From the very beginning, I had planned out to turn myself in once everything was over. But I suppose it was too late to say that now. Kate, why? Why would you go this far? Even for Mr. Shields, I caused nothing but trouble. For the past 18 years, I have been a criminal. The ISS inservant. Don't tell me that you were the true culprit. My greatest crime was stealing the sherbet sculptures for my own selfish interest. When Mr. Dover died, they were no longer just ordinary sculptures. They had become the final works of a sculptor that Mr. Masters deeply loved. What if they melted before Mr. Masters returned? With that in mind, I couldn't let anyone touch them, not even the police. Even though I knew it was wrong, I moved them to the mansion's freezer. However, I only wanted to preserve Mr. Dover's art. I didn't know about his body was hidden among them. So she stole the sculptures without noticing the body. Mr. Masters would never take another person's life, but because of me, the bodies vanished and Mr. Masters was found guilty. That kind of man, he treated someone like me as family. He meant more to me than anyone else, and yet... Kate. When Mr. Masters was found guilty, I was chased out of this mansion. I finally was able to claim the mansion just a few days ago, but when I saw the sculpture still sleeping away in the freezer, I realized that I was the one who hid Mr. Dover's body. However, the statute of limitation has already expired. Therefore, I could think of no other way to atone for my sins. It appears that I have misunderstood her. It seems she caused this entire incident in order to save Mr. Masters. What's he thinking about, Mr. Edgeworth? There's one thing that has been bothering me this whole time. Why would Miss Halls plan a murder with such an uncertain method like poison gas? And the reason she disguised the Autumn Palace to look like the Winter Palace was to make those involved in the incident 18 years ago confuse the two rooms. I wonder what Kate was trying to accomplish. She was trying to prove Mr. Masters' innocence. In that case, Miss Hall's true objective was... Perhaps she was trying to find the true culprit. Miss Hall, were you trying to prove Mr. Masters' innocence? You wanted to reveal the true culprit and have the police find the body from 18 years ago. Was that not your true goal? Blazer lives in another foreign country at the time. If a possible accomplices are on trial, the countdown is stopped until the verdict is reached, then resumed. If the charges are pressed to demand compensation, the statute is frozen for the length of the procedure. By displaying those sculptures, you attracted those involved in the past incident. Only two people would know where the body was hidden, you and the true culprit. The culprit would have panicked, and knowing that the body would be displayed publicly. Yes, and if the culprit really showed up, there was a risk that they erased their tracks. In the worst case scenario, they might have even stolen the body. So that's how she could protect the evidence while simultaneously luring out in the culprit. I see. That's why she made the Autumn Palace look like the Winter Palace. Yes, and then, Miss Halls, you must have thought. Whoever opens the Pisces case, believing it to be the Gemini case, must be the true culprit of the IS-7 incident. What? But that means that person is the true culprit? Please wait a moment. Prosecutor Edgeworth, do you realize what you're saying? Do you intend to accuse that person of being the culprit behind the IS-7 incident? Miss Halls was trying to trap the true culprit. If so, wouldn't the person who fell for the trap be the true culprit? However, I have no evidence to back up my claims. If I make a formal accusation without any proof, it will not end well. Should I announce the true killer of Isaac Dover? Make an accusation. What should I do is reveal the truth. In that case, there is no need to hesitate. Yes, that is correct, Judge Courtney. I indict this person as the true culprit behind the IS-7 incident. Gustavia, who fell victim to the poison gas, is the true culprit of the IS-7 incident? Yeah, fireworks are already starting. If you hear that, I am sorry. There's nothing I can do. People, it's the 4th of July, people. It's America time, baby. So I guess we're just going to have to listen to this as we play. Casillas! Mr. Gustavia? Miss Halls, didn't you believe that if you opened this gallery, the true culprit would come? That's why. You set up the poison gas trap, is it not? And you truly have a gifted mind, just like your father. This is as you say, Mr. Edgeworth. Now, would you please tell us the whole truth? Yes, I have nothing more to hide. I will tell you everything. I set a trap in the gallery to find the true culprit. Before the gallery opened, I left the Autumn Palace unlocked. At opening time, when I went to unlock each room, I discovered that the Autumn Palace had been locked from the inside. I knew that the true culprit was on the other side of the door. My hands was trembling. All that was left for the trap was to do its work. When I heard Mr. Gustavia was exposed to the poison gas, I realized he was the culprit. And though I had the police discover Mr. Dover's body, it would prove Mr. Master's innocence. Why didn't you ever come talk to me? There might have been another way. I know that you did everything you could for me over the past 18 years. However, all this has been brought on by my own crime. That's why I wanted to see Mr. Masters as soon as possible. Kate. Not only that, the police hid the fact that the body went missing 18 years ago. Even if I reported the body, there's a chance that the truth would be hidden again. That's why I caused the incident at the museum opening, with as many witnesses as possible. I'm sorry. Gregory, Mr. Masters, and even you. I couldn't protect anyone. Mr. Shields, it must be tough on him as well. The one who should be apologizing is me, Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Shields. I'm terribly sorry. I shall accept whatever punishment I am giving. However, I must ask of you, Please clear Mr. Master's name. The truth of what's hidden 18 years ago was revealed in an unexpected manner. However, to think that things would end this way. I'm gonna take like a 5 to 10 minute break for like for like go to the bathroom and stuff, but because we're not done with the inherited turnabout. So we're gonna, like I said, I'm gonna take like a 5 to 10 minute break to go to the bathroom because I really gotta pee and stuff. So you guys enjoy it. Get up, stretch, and go to the bathroom, get some drinks yourselves and stuff. Please just take a break, man. Alright, let's continue onwards. I swear there are not gunshots. That's just people setting off fireworks. Miss Hull, have you composed yourself? Yes. What you did, no matter the reason, was unforgivable. Yes, I know. However, you committed this crime in order to prove Mr. Master's innocence. If that true culprit is someone else, we have the duty to reinvestigate. No false evidence from the IS evidence remains in the official case files. Moreover, there is no evidence to lend correspondence to Ms. Hull's testimony. We should first arrest Ms. Hull as the culprit behind today's incident. We cannot be certain that all the case files are accurate. After all, the prosecution in the case has a history of forging evidence. Are you suggesting that the PIC overlooks such a prosecutor? Yes. That's none of my concern. The truth is that evidence was falsified. And the fact that Dover's body from 18 years ago just rediscovered proves it. Prosecutor Edgeworth, I can see remnants of Prosecutor Von Karma inside you. What did you say? You tried to deceive the PIC and fabricate the truth. Let me inform you of the PIC's logic. I acknowledge that Prosecutor Von Karma fabricated the information about the body. However, he successfully convicted Mr. Masters as an accomplice. I believe that the true culprit was Miss Catalier herself. She even attempted to murder Mr. Kasav yesterday in order to place the blame on him. Is that really what the PIC believes? Yes. Every word I utter is for the sake of law and order. It seems she's intent to hide the truth from the sake of the PIC. At this rate, neither Miss Masters or Miss Hall will be saved. If you acknowledge that, why won't you reopen the case? The goddess of law does not err in her judgments, while Prosecutor Von Karma may have used underhanded tactics. If you ask me, it's all been bogus ever since Von Karma fabricated evidence. And you claim that justice was served? What is the PIC thinking? I can already declare my verdict. There's no need for further investigation. Let me hear your explanation on the matter then. I heard that the biggest factor in Mr. Masters' conviction was his confession. If Prosecutor Von Karma had handed his confession in, the ruling may not be just. The initial investigation was handled by Detective Rip Lacer. He was the one who obtained the confession, according to the official reports. All I can say is that the ruling has already been handed down. Jeez, why does Miss Courtney have to be so stubborn? Is the PIC so high and mighty? They sure seem to. They are sure like the arch enemies of prosecutors, to say the least. And so they're kind of like what the police are, the great thieves. That's the great thief who nonchalantly works alongside the police. Originally, one of the swords of the original Yatsugotzer was a detective himself. Are you saying that Miss Hulse and Mr. Masters murdered Isaac Dover? Mr. Master committed the murder, while Miss Coterre moved the body. That's what I believe. How could you say that? We would never kill Mr. Dova. Did you not steal the body and preserve it for 18 years? She didn't know until, probably. It's only natural to suspect you of being an accomplice. She has already confessed to her crimes, and now's not the time to judge her on past crimes. In that case, let's judge Miss Hall for her current crime. She even attempted to murder Mr. Casavia today in order to pin the blame on him. If she wanted to pin the crime on somebody, why choose Mr. Casavia? Perhaps Mr. Casavia suspected Miss Hall was the criminal, as he attempted to confirm whether or not the Gemini sculpture was the genuine. He was caught in the trap that meant to silence him forever. Can you prove that theory? Mrs. Casavia is currently tethering on the brink of death. There's probably no way to prove it unless he regains consciousness. In other words, there is nothing we can do for now. That can't be true. There must still be something. You still don't get it, do you? Allow me to give you a clearer explanation. We already have ample evidence for both the ISS and today's gas poisoning incident. By ample evidence, you mean? For the ISS incident, we have a body, the murder weapon, and a pair of suspects. For the poison gas incident, we have two chemicals, Miss Hall's confession, and furthermore, I have finished collecting all the evidence necessary for your own PIC hearing, Prosecutor Edgeworth. What? How can you say something like that so casually? Miles, you know you're always welcome to join the Edgeworth law offices. Ugh. Judge Courtney, I'd like to ask you to refrain from making such needless remarks. I understand. Well, regardless, there's no need. Are you saying that there is no thing left for us to investigate? We have already exhausted all the ends in regards to evidence. This court will accept no further deliberations. I shall now deliver my verdict for the defendant, Catherine Hall. I hereby advocate you guilty. Objection. Hold it right there. There's still need for further investigation. If you wish to halt my verdict, please do so with evidence. If there is any evidence that requires further deliberation. I cannot allow this case to end here. There's still something that needs to be cleared up. Looks like I have to show Judge Courtney something to convince her. Nope. Yeah, I can kind of see that. You can hear it sort of in the background. I'm sorry for the fireworks going off. There's still one piece of evidence from the IS evidence that remains unsettled. And take a look at this. This is from the forensics result from the Gemini sculpture that melted in the Winter Palace. According to the results of the analysis, traces of someone's blood were found. Who does this belong to? Until we know the answer, this case is still open. There was blood mixed in with the remains of the Gemini sculpture. I heard nothing of this from Sebastian. This was a report from Detective Dick Gumshoe. I had planned to tell Mr. DeBath myself. So even though you had no investigation authority, you still did so as you pleased. I shall report everything that transpired today to the PIC. I will not avert my eyes from the truth, nor shall I overlook the mistakes of the past. If you wish to report my actions to the PIC, be my guest. But in exchange, I want you to let me investigate this case to the very end. It is not my place to decide such things. I must ask that you check with Sebastian regarding this matter. Hey! Good night, you guys! Thanks to our early detection, Mr. Gustavia's life was saved! Perfect. Mr. Gustavia. So, he's alive. Have they gotten any better? Would you be the ones who saved my life? Hey, Mr. Gustavia. You're a Sir Assistant, are you not? You've grown so big this time. And what? This one's your assistant thing. No, I'm... He's an assistant candidate, and Gregory Edgeworth's son. I'm Miles Edgeworth, a prosecutor. What a twist of fate. I'm in your debt. It is that, thanks to you, that I have completely recovered. There's no need for thanks. Once you're alive, we can reach the truth behind the incident 18 years ago. What do you speak of? While you're unconscious, the truth has started to come to light. You may be Isaac Dover's murderer. What? Really? Miss Hollis was looking for the criminal behind the events of 18 years ago. That's why she set up the poison gas in the Price's case. Mr. Gustavia, the events that included the 18 years ago. Tell us what really happened. Does he wish to remain silent? Nah, I think he's just meditating. He can sleep standing up? What a useless skill to have. Meditation is different from sleeping, though. Mrs. Gustavia, could you please tell us what you did 18 years ago? I'm the criminal because I fell for the trap? That's not a very funny joke. I'm a victim, not a culprit. Mrs. Gustavia, it has not yet been made clear whether or not you are the criminal. This only is their baseless speculation. Do not concern yourself with the denial of the prosecutor without jurisdiction. At least there's one person here who understands. My name is Justine Courtney. I'm a judge. If you would like, I'd be happy to assist you. Would you like to show... Let us show Prosecutor Edgeworth the truth of 18 years ago. Understood. I shall prove my innocence to you, Sir Prosecutor. Judge Courtney, is that your answer? Do you intend to bury the truth of the IS incident before it can be brought to light? I merely believe in the judgments of the goddess of law. Ultimately, those who render judgment are only human. As long as the humans control the law, there is no guarantee that every verdict is correct. If you're going to help conceal the truth, I will not hold back. I am looking forward to it. Lady Justine, what should I do now? You are being suspected because you set off the poison gas. Can you tell us the reason? Why you opened the Pisces case? Understood. I came to see Dover's work from 18 years ago. However, I accidentally entered the museum half an hour before it opened. Miss Hall, there nobody else in the entrance, correct? Since I thought the criminal from 18 years ago might be coming, I had no security guards in place. I didn't even lock the doors. I was very busy with opening presentations, so there was nobody on the first floor. In addition, I locked every place the palace door aside from the autumn one. I see. This must have been done in order to lure the criminal to the autumn palace, which is why he ended up entering the autumn palace. It's already suspicious that he snuck into the museum in the first place. The gallery shall remain silent, unless you have evidence that can prove his testimony is false. I will not allow any of the objections. The gallery? This isn't even a courtroom. Now then, why did you open the Pisces case? I wish to have you Sir Dover's handiwork up close. The Gemini sculpture. No, it was actually the Pisces, was it not? The lid has been frozen shut, so I borrowed a burner to open it. But as soon as I opened the lid, the poison gas began pouring out. That's quite a convenient testimony. It sounds like a total lie, doesn't it? There's parts of Mr. Gustavia's testimony that I have issues with as well. However, there's no evidence to disprove it. But that's... Would it not make sense for suspicion to fall on Lady Catherine before myself? She may have intended to release the poison gas just haphazardly. Kate turned on the sprinklers as soon as the gas was released. She was especially targeting the person who triggered her trap. Mr. Gustavia, you were her only target. You're willing to accept the words of this criminal as the truth? Miss Halls must atone for her crimes. However, the same can be said for the criminal from 18 years ago. Sir Prosecutor, it seems you wish to subject me to the bitter end. However, I have no reason to murder Sir Dover. If there's no evidence to suggest that I killed him, you cannot suspect me. Hug! Mr. Edgeworth, can you prove that Mr. Gustavia is the criminal? All we know for sure is that Mr. Gustavia fell victim to the poison gas. No matter how strange his behavior was, it won't prove he committed the murder. But that's... Mr. Shield, is there nothing we can do? Well, if there's any evidence, we should try reorganizing the facts. If Mr. Gustavia was the one who killed Mr. Dover, there must have been a motive. Mr. Gustavia is denying that such a motive exists. It's not easy to take another person's life. 18 years ago, your old man also discussed motives with Prosecutor Von Karma. You claim that their collaboration is irrelevant. If Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover's relationship had turned sour, it could serve as a motive for murder. We couldn't talk with Mr. Gustavia 18 years ago, but this time things are different. If we connect everything we learned so far, the truth might be revealed. Yes, I suppose so. It seems I must re-examine the information from 18 years ago. I must recall the details that have remained unexplained. So, the gloved finger marks on the picture frame. What you're doing? Delicia denied leaving fingerprints on the frame. If they were left by Mr. Gustavia, he may have been trying to view the angel's recipe. Mr. Masters asked me to change the film in the camera. It seems the film he prepared in advance wasn't enough. There wasn't enough film? It seems the number of photos he took didn't match up with the amount of remaining film. Well, he told me himself it might have just been a mistake, though. The information my father collected 18 years ago was certainly not for naught. If there was no evidence, then I shall use logic to reveal the truth. Maybe. Yeah. Mr. Casavia, you collaborated with the victim, Isaac Dover, to create your desserts, didn't you? Oh, it seems you know about my secrets. Mr. Shields told me about it. Mr. Dover handled the design while you were in charge of the taste. Is that correct? Yeah. Back then, my training had been insufficient. It seems you worked together through the semifinals, but not during the finals. Why is that? We both wished to compete in the finals against our masters on our own merits. You must have also helped Isaac Dover with his event, his desserts during the finals. What makes you able to declare something like that? Didn't you tell Prosecutor Von Karma about it yourself 18 years ago? That you cooperated until the day before the finals. The sculptures in Mr. Dover's room were all made out of sherbet. Such an amount would most likely need to be left overnight to freeze, which means Mr. Scavia prepared Mr. Dover to sherbet in advance the day before. That's right. So you realize Scavia's cooperation ended the day before the finals. Then why did Mr. Dover not help Mrs. Scavia in return? The views of the dead are no concern to me. Why did Isaac Dover not help you in return? If there's a reason why your partnership with Isaac Dover broke down, that would be a motive for murder. That could be a possibility. However, Sir Dover and I ended our partnership peacefully. A peaceful breakup? That's hard to imagine. It really is. Not to mention, it's absurd to think that I killed Sir Dover in Sir Master's room. I couldn't kill Mr. Dover while Sir Masters is also there, making his desserts. In other words, there's no way I could have committed the murder. That's not true. If there was a moment when Mr. Masters was absent from his room. Oh. There we go. If he had to photograph the contents of the angel recipe, he wouldn't need to steal it. Perhaps Mr. Casavia used Mr. Manners' camera to take pictures. If he had stolen the actual recipe book, the police would have found out. I see. Pictures, eh? The problem is the time in which he entered Mr. Masters' room. Mr. Casavia could have moved around freely during the afternoon tea, right? Because that seems both him and Mr. Dover did not participate in the afternoon tea. If I remember correctly, the only time when we can prove that Mr. Dover was still alive is... The victim was not seen as he locked himself in his room after the contest has begun. The only one who could have unlocked the room was Jeff Masters. Was Masters' desserts all that you ate? Actually, no. After that noon tea, I also ate Icy's desserts. After the contest began, Isaac Dover was locked up in his room. If we assume that he was killed at some point before Delicia snuck into his room, then there's still a high chance that he was killed before the afternoon tea was over. Isaac Dover was alive up until afternoon began. Ergo, that's the only time Casavia could have killed Dover. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you satisfied? Sorry, but I'm far from satisfied, because I am finally starting to see the truth behind this case. Are you saying that you have found some evidence to show us the truth? No, there's no need to present any evidence. since we can just have Mr. Casabias tell us the truth. Ha! So it's where you can use that, right? Indeed. Mrs. Casavia, there is one thing I want you to tell me. I said, Mr. Casavia, there is one thing I want you to tell me. Huh. Well, what is it? During the finals of the dessert, you made your dessert on your own. I wanted to compete for the title of world's greatest pastry chef on my own merits. If that was truly the case, you wouldn't have competed on your own merits from the start. If you wanted to tell me why it was necessary for you to cooperate with Isaac Dover. During the contest 18 years ago, Mr. Scavia collaborated with Mr. Dover. I wonder, what made them decide to cooperate in the first place? That's what I need to draw from him. But it seems he pretends to meditate when things aren't going his way. First, I'll ask him about why he collaborated with Mr. Dover. The truth that has been hidden for 18 years, that ends today. Logic, begin. Why did you decide to cooperate with Mr. Isaac Dover? Sir Dover and I were already acquaintances, even before the contest began. Since he was interested in the contest, we simply decided to enter it together. Joining forces with the sculptor. You weren't confident in your own abilities? You know nothing about me. We wanted to make great works together. Sir Dover's son and my own and attended the same elementary school. We all got along well from the start. Really? So you were going to share the title of world's greatest pastry chef together? As expected, he pretends to meditate when things aren't going his way. Mr. Dover was the sculptor. I doubt he had any interest in the title of world's greatest pastry chef. In that case, where did his true goals lie? Indeed, my goals was the title of world's greatest pastry chef. However, Sir Dover's goals was the grand prize, the angel's recipe. I see. You cooperated because your interests were aligned. But there must have been a reason for your partnership soured. Sir Prosecutor, I am the victim of a poisoning. If you're going to suspect me in this matter, perhaps that you'd better return to me to the infirmary. Wait a minute. In that case, you should end things soon. I'm not a patient man. It seems he's trying to leave. I can't let that happen. He's still hiding something. Next, I should ask him about his true goal. I need to keep the pressure on him while being cautious this time. Did you want to appear on the Masters TV show? I believe it was called the Shake and Bake, was it not? I'm pretty sure it's called Piece of Cake. Would you really want to see me dance well and make desserts? No! That probably wouldn't be too popular with the kids either. Exactly. I know my limitations. I have no interest in that kind of theatrical tomfoolery. Sir Prosecutor, you should think about who you're talking before you're asking questions. Gah! I understand. I should refrain from making unnecessary statements. Didn't you have another goal besides the title? The title alone doesn't seem to have much value. How dare you, the likes of you insult the title of confectionery artist? My only goal was the title itself. I had no interest in anything else. My dream was to become the world's greatest pastry chef. Sorry, it's getting hot in my room, and I must take precautions. "18 years ago, I was lacking design essence. However, things are different now." Oh, are you saying that you have improved your craft? Exactly! For I have trained at the Republic of I can use that later. Yes, at the time I also studied Mr. Masters' works. And I often watch a show with my son. So you were studying Mr. Masters' work to improve your own skills. If you had his recipe, perhaps it would be easier for you to become the world's greatest. Perhaps. To a pastry chef, Sir Master's recipes were worth their weight in gold. If becoming the world's greatest pastry chef was your goal, you shouldn't have also been interested in the grand prize, the angel's recipe. Why does the weather have to be so hot? The recipe of the world's greatest pastry chef. I would be lying if I said I wasn't interested. However, I wouldn't think it'd be interested in simply be a problem. I wonder about that. The angel's recipe's true nature was not making desserts, but cures. All the contest participants should have been aware of that. Looks like I'm getting close. He isn't meditating anymore. Now slowly but surely to drive him into a corner. Next, I'll ask what he plans to use the recipe book for. The angel's recipe. Did you know its true value? Silly question. It contains Sir Master's best desserts recipes. Any pastry chef worth their salt would want it. It seems I don't have enough clues to proceed with this line of questioning. Maybe I should try another line of attack. Did you intend to win the angel's recipe to use it to make desserts? Of course, if I obtained the angel's recipe, I was going to use it in my training. I heard the angel's recipe was worth a lot of money. I don't know the exact details, but that recipe book was much too valuable to be sold. You seem to know quite a lot about the angel's recipe. It was all to explain to the contest participants at the beginning of the contest. In that case, you must know about the recipe book's true nature. That it was not a recipe book for desserts at all. Impressive, Sir Prosecutor. So you know the true nature of the angel's recipe. The angel's recipe. Some have called it the ultimate recipe book. It contained formulas for new medicines that were not yet on the market. He knew the recipes were actually formulas for new medicines. This could be a useful clue. The angel's recipe. Did you know its true value? Silly question. It contains Sir Matthew's best dessert recipes. Any pastry chef worth their salt would want it. Looks like that clue will come in handy. You may have studied design in Senfa. However, your skills in lying could use more work. You just said earlier Angel's recipes contain the formulas for medicines. You weren't interested in dessert. You wanted the medicine formulas. I will reveal your lies for what they are. Fuck! Now, why would a pastry chef such as yourself be so interested in medicine? Perhaps what you really were after was the information about the new medicine. Oh, I underestimated you, Sir Prosecutor. My goal was more than just the title of world's greatest pastry chef. At the time, my son was ill. I needed the recipe for the medicine. Your son was ill. Tell me more about that. To protect my son's honor, I can say no more. Judging by the worried look on his face, I must have struck a nerve. Next, I need to tell him about his son's illness. This is it. This will be my final move of this game. What kind of person was your son? Ah, my boy, he loved the desserts I made. Did you enter the contest solely for your son? Sir Prosecutor, you could never understand the feeling of a father has for his son. I wanted nothing more than to cure my boy's illness. Until the semifinals, my son would always drop by the contest venue to play. Is that so? Wouldn't he get in your way? I doubt he had time to care. He had time to care for your son while you were challenging Mr. Masters. That may be so, but I wanted to grant my son's wishes. He said he always wanted to be the first to eat my desserts. About your son. If he was so sick, wouldn't it be difficult for him to come and play with you? My son's illness wasn't life-threatening. It might serve as a clue. What was the name of your son's illness? Sir Prosecutor, how insensitive of you. My son was seriously ill. I will not be discussing this with the likes of you. Looks like that clue will come in handy. But you told me your son's illness was not life-threatening. Is there really a need to be so secretive about it? It was enough to keep him from living a normal life. That must have been difficult for your son. I tried everything that could cure his illness. Oh, does he also have hypothermia? It wasn't fair for the poor boy. He could never taste the desserts he loved so much. Angel's recipe contained a cure for a certain illness. The remedy that could also cure Master Master's taste disorder. What? He had it too? He not had it too, I see. So your son suffered from the taste disorder. No! I didn't think you'd figure it out so quickly. In order to cure your son's taste disorder, you needed the recipe book. Wasn't that your true goal? It is as you say. Based on how you acted up until now, it appears that he's still hiding something. I see I don't have enough clues to proceed with this line of questioning. Maybe I should try another line of attack. Did the angel's recipe have the only cure? Yes, though the medicine is sold everywhere now. At the time, the recipe book was my one and only option. That's why I continue making my desserts without joining others for tea time. So you were interested in Mr. Masters was making. You sure seemed confident in your chances of winning. I couldn't be bothered paying attention to the others, contestants' desserts. You just said earlier that you study Mr. Masters' works. In addition to your goal was to win the contest in order to get the medicine formula. You must have been curious about the other contestants' entries as well. There was time to sample the others during the contest, but none of their entries had any flavor. So I didn't even eat any of it. I suspected I may have been a bit nervous as well. So everything he ate was tasted flavorless. This could be a useful clue. Ah, fuck! Being unable to taste anything regardless of what you eat. Such a bitter illness. That reminds me. Didn't you say something earlier? None of the entries had any flavor, so I didn't feel like eating any of it. Wasn't it? Perhaps your son wasn't the only one who suffered from a taste disorder. It's hard to imagine being a successful pastry chef without a sense of taste. Perhaps what you really wanted was to cure for yourself. That's completely ludicrous. 18 years ago, I made those desserts all by myself. It seems you have caught yourself in a contradiction. Didn't you cooperate with Isaac Dover in the contest? You can hardly say you made desserts all by yourself. You must take great pride in your abilities as a pastry chef, but to betray your pride and cooperate with another contestant? You did it all to cure your own disease. Well done, Sir Prosecutor. As you say, the one with the taste disorder is not my son. It was I. No one knew. I kept it secret for 18 years. It doesn't matter how long a secret is kept. If you lie before me, I will expose it. Dane Gustavia and Isaac Dover were both trying to obtain the recipes for new medicines. Gustavia was trying to cure his condition, and Dover most likely to sell the recipe book for many. For this reason, they entered the contest as a collaborative effort. And with that, checkmate. Logic chess complete. I have never told this to anyone. Well done. And as you say, I developed the taste development 18 years ago. Taste disorder? It was a serious disorder. I was unable to discern it from any flavor at all. It was the one illness a pastry chef dreads above all else. The symptoms sound a bit different from Mr. Masters' taste disorder. Mr. Masters' condition was known as hypoglycemia. It simply caused decreased sensitivity to certain specific flavors. I'm sure it has caused Mr. Masters much pain too. After all, no medication was available to cure it 18 years ago. In order to cure your taste disorder, you would need to Mr. Masters' angel recipe. And that's why you entered the contest. Am I correct? That was one of my goals. But I still had my sights set on the title of the world's greatest. When it comes to desserts, I won't lose to anyone. Even without the ability to taste, I still have the utmost confidence in my flavors. Oh, so I presume you also prepared your desserts in the finals with the intent to win? That goes without saying. According to what Mr. Shields told us earlier, the evaluation of Mr. Gustavia's entry was, up until the semi-finals, Mr. Gustavia's flavors and designs were to my liking. Unfortunately, both the taste and appearance in his final entry much left to desire. It seems the desserts you made for the finals were not rated highly in regards to flavor. Mrs. Gustavia, you will tell us about how you made your desserts during the finals. Very well. But it seems I must teach you upstarts a lesson. Sir Dover and I cooperated until the finals. I handled the flavor while he was in charge of design. However, for the finals, I wanted to challenge Sir Masters with my own skills. I helped Sir Dover make his entry, but I made mine completely on my own. If the flavor of my entry wasn't good enough, my own lack of training was to blame. How about that, Sir Prosecutor? This is the truth of 18 years ago. I can't find any contradictions in his testimony. Well, of course he isn't going to fess up that easily. This guy's been on the run for 18 years, after all. Guess we'll just have to keep on pressing him until he breaks, eh? Yes. So Mr. Dover took good care of design while you handled the flavor. Mr. Dover was a sculptor by trade. His sense of design was splendid. But he was just an amateur chef. We combined our strengths by working together. You never did have much of the design sense, did you, Mr. Scavia? Whoa! What do you think of this? Hmm. That's simple. That's as simple as them fall. Wow, a phoenix! That's really good. Whoa, you really have improved these past 18 years. Behold the fruits of my 18 years of training. I put my life and limbs on the line for my dessert skills. It's surely that I have cooperated with Sir Dover 18 years ago, up until the finals. However, for the finals, I wanted to challenge Sir Masters with my own skills. So, you were really serious about the title of World's Greatest Pastry Chef? Yes. Confectionery is my life. Naturally, I wanted to be the world's greatest. But back then, I was still inexperienced, and I was no match for the better chef. But your goal was also to attain the angel's recipe, right? Wouldn't the recipe book be worth more than your title? I will not stand by and watch you badger a convention's man like this. My gravel shall protect you, Mr. Casabia. Gah! I realize he's still recuperating, but Mrs. Casabia, do not yield to this devilish prosecutor. Now then, please continue with your testimony. So you helped Mr. Dover with his desserts, but made yours all by yourself. No matter how you look at it, this seems odd. Why didn't you, Mr. Dover help you? So it matters not how it seems. This is the truth. I not know what Mr. Dover was thinking. It's hard to prove if someone is lying about something that happened 18 years ago. Hey, Kay, does your secret weapon also work as a lie detector? If it did, I would already stolen Mr. Edgeworth's spotlight. There's no need for that. I will expose this man's lies myself. Dan Gustavia, please continue with your testimony. Up until the finals, I heard that you received high praise for the flavor of your desserts. It was there some sort of accident during the finals. Nothing of the sort. I simply was unable to taste my own due work due to my taste disorder. My intuition must have been off. That is all. Then was your intuition final making Mr. Dover's entry? How could there be such a huge difference between the finals and the previous day? We're not getting anywhere with this rate. Should I change the topic? So, you're sure that there wasn't anything different between the semifinals and the finals? Yes, that's right. Aside from not cooperating with Sir Dover, the finals were much different from the semifinals. So you were still able to make your desserts without Mr. Dover's assistance. I may have lacked design sense, but I was confident in the flavor. Apart from the design, there was no major difference between my final and semi-final entries. Huh, that sure is strange. That's not how Uncle Ray remembers it. I'm pretty sure both the look and taste of your final desserts scored poorly. Then there's no way he could have won the contest. Even if the flavor, which he was confident in, failed to materialize in the finals, something must have changed besides Mr. Dover's cooperation. But what? All those unanswered questions 18 years ago. I should already have the keys. I need to unravel them. I must recall all the information Mr. Shields and my father gathered. feel like I fucked up a little bit. I feel like that was not the. No, no. Then it wasn't coincidence that you and you both participated in the contest. I heard about the contest, so I made the suggestion to Sir Dover. He always wanted more money for his sculpting business. Okay. There is another difference between the semifinals and the finals. This photo depicts your son. We know he came to visit you up until the finals. That is correct. What does that have to do with anything? Your son, who always came to see you through the semifinals, was not present for the finals. And then it was only in the finals that your flavor judged poorly. I don't believe this to be a mere coincidence. Your son visits must have been very important to you, were they not? A father who can work miracles when his son was watching. With my son cheering me on, I was able to make the most delicious desserts. Mr. Casavia sure sounds like a good father, doesn't he? If what he's saying is the whole truth, one could say so. But just hearing his sons cheering on wouldn't be enough to change the taste of his desserts. A confectionery confident in his taste of his sense of taste develops a taste disorder. It would have been difficult for him to maintain the taste of his desserts. Your son came to cheer you on. Was that really all he did? You seem very doubtful, Sir Prosecutor. In that case, I'll turn this around and ask you. What else could my elementary son have done besides cheer me on? Taste your desserts? I'm sure the elementary school son would remember the taste of your desserts. Of course, my son always loved my desserts. In that case, he would have been able to taste your the desserts in your place. What did you say? You had the taste disorder all along, didn't you? Earlier, you told us that you had the taste disorder. I've never told this to anyone. Well done. As you say, I developed the taste disorder 18 years ago. No one else knew about your taste disorder. Oh, fuck! Sorry. Los Santos. No one else knew about your taste disorder. If Mr. Dover had found out, he would not ended your he would have ended your partnership. After all, you were in charge of the flavor. Your son didn't just cheer you on. He also helped you determine if your taste tasted correct. No. Ah, I see. Mr. Dover's desserts were made the day before, but still tasted good. Ah. What are you saying? It's quite amusing for a circulator. You say that my elementary school assisted me as my taste tester. You are insulting my pride. Your pride? It's true, I had no sense of design 18 years ago. However, I wouldn't lose to anyone when it comes to flavor. Your claim that I would cast aside my pride to rely on my son? Don't get carried away with your foolish conjecture. You wupstart. Hey, I'm just trying to, do what my father couldn't 18 years ago, okay? Is that so much to ask for? So let me just do what I do best and glare heavily at people. In that case, I'm sure your son can confirm my theory from mere conjecture. Unfortunately for you, I no longer have a son. What? After my taste disorder was cured, I went to train in Zamba immediately. During that time, I severed all ties with my son. What? Don't tell me. You would even abandon your own son? That's not all. Even today, the whereabouts of his son are still unknown. The police have been searching, but they haven't been able to find any traces of him. If you wish to confirm your theory, well, I welcome you to try. Desserts are the only thing that is important to me. After regaining my sense of taste, my son was no longer mattered. Order in the court! Mr. Casabia's actions are certainly inhumane. However, we are not here to judge whether or not he's a good father. Prosecutor Edgeworth, I believe this is your loss. After there's no evidence still left 18 years ago that could prove your theories. Mr. Edgeworth, there's nothing we can do. At this rate, we'll never find out the truth. Detective Gumshoe, where are those results? I entrusted Detective Gumshoe with the last piece of evidence. If only I knew whose blood that belonged to. Miles, there's still one thing that is bothering Uncle Ray. Was Mr. Casabia's only room coming to the art gallery to check on the body? If he only wanted to confirm the body's presence, he wouldn't have needed to open the case. That's right. Is there a way we could prove this? There's one way. We just need that evidence from Detective Gumshoe. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what are you talking about? Mr. Edgeworth, sorry to keep you waiting, sir! Just the person I was talking about. Detective Gumshoe, I trust that you have the test results. Of course, sir! I just got the report back from the lab. I feel like I have to sneeze. Why won't I sneeze? Oh fuck, I hit the wrong button. Detective, please be silent. So this is the evidence that Prosecutor Edgeworth was talking about. Huh? Hey, what's this? This is the first I've heard of it! This was the request from me. I asked him to investigate a certain piece of evidence. Why? Why is everyone helping you out? Because I'm a respected prosecutor. And you're just some rookie. I'm the one in charge of the crime scene. Mr. DeBest, I apologize for taking matters into my own hands, but how about we hear his report first? Sure. Detective Gumshoe, what were the results? Here's the report, sir. The traces of blood found in the Gemini sculpture belong to the victim of the poison gas, Dane Gustavia. What are you saying? Good work, Detective Good work, Detective Gumshoe. As I thought, my theory was correct. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? We too would like an explanation. What on earth does this blood prove? This blood is something the culprit the IS incident tried to conceal. It can't be. This blood was found inside the glass case of the Gemini sculpture. In other words, your blood was found alongside Mr. Dover's body. No! Why would Mr. Casavias be in place like that? If you intend to remain silent, I will reveal the truth myself. In the Gemini case, aside from the blood, we also found traces of salt and sugar. Salt and blood. And the only one of Mr. Dover's sherbets dessert tasted salty. Come to think of it, I remember Miss Delicious saying the same thing 18 years ago. Oh yes, see, his sherbet was the most delicious. Really? I wish I could have eaten some too. But there was one piece that was salty I couldn't eat. Salty? The liar! The liar was salty. It's right here in the photo. There's the part of that liar. And it's like, it's right here in this photo. But it shows the picture of Elton. That's the liar from the Gemini constellation. Exactly. For some reason, salt has been mixed into the liar. No other traces of salt were found in Mr. Dover's room. In that case, please explain. This is the rock salt lamp that was used as a murder weapon in the ISS incident. I believe parts of this rock salt lamp were mixed with the sherbet from the liar. At the time of the murder, there was 2 rock salt lamps in Mr. Masters' room. One of those lamps took Mr. Dover's life. We know that Mr. Dover's blood was left behind on the murderous lamp. However, there was no traces of anyone's blood found at the crime scene in Mr. Masters' room, because the killer disposed of all the desserts with trace of blood into the stream of water, right? No other traces of salt were found in Mr. Dover's room. Speaking of which, weren't the 2 rock salt lamps found in Miss Delicious' rooms also broken? Looks like both the lamps and the pillars are broken. Both of their light bulbs are broken. Maybe they were dropped on the floor. We never did figure out why the other rock salt was broken. Maybe Mr. Casavia's blood was on the other lamp. If your blood was found on the lamp at the crime scene, you would have been suspected. As the culprit, you would have needed to conceal all traces of your blood from the police. Don't tell me he concealed in the sherbet liar. Exactly. The rock salt lamp and his blood were mixed into the sherbet liar and hidden inside the glass case. Unlikely the fountain waters, the sherbet desserts would not be analyzed right away. Perhaps he would had plans to dispose of the sherbet when the opportunity presented itself. Then the reason Mr. Casavia came into the gallery. Hello, Aziel. Lano. Forgot how to 18 years ago, the body and the evidence pointing to the killer were both stolen. Even the killer could not have anticipated that. There was no way of knowing when the body and the evidence would be discovered. So he plans to destroy the evidence before the Gizardiac art gallery grand opening. Dane Gustavia, isn't it about time you confessed? You are the true culprit of the ISS incident. This is the Inherited Turnabouts. So this is the 3rd episode of 2. Mr. Gustavia, here's the reason Mr. Masters is... Yes, the ice cream one. Mr. Castavia. Well, it was sherbet, but wait, hold on. Not me googling what the difference between ice cream and sherbet is. Ice cream is primarily made with milk or cream, while sherbet's main ingredient is juice or fruit puree. Sherbet has much more sour dairy. So yeah, it basically comes down to what they're made out of. Where ice cream is milk and sugar, and sherbet is fruit juice. I wonder why I like sherbet more. But in the end, they're both frozen desserts. What could it be? After all this time, my crime finally brought to light. The prosecutor and defense attorneys 18 years ago never even came close. I'm a frozen dessert? Huh? Bravo, bravo. Well done, Sir Prosecutor. So you admit that you killed Mr. Dover. Ha 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 ha! It's true. I killed Isaac Dover. You just dug your own grave there. The statute of limitations is up? Ah, think not. I mean, when did you return from Zepha? Yes, I already read it. Yes, I already read the statute of limitation book. This is his own downfall. This first clause here. If the suspect flees or lives in a foreign country, the time limit is on hold until the suspect returns. So, the statute of limitations ran out 3 years ago. So that would be like 20. Actually, to be fair, it'd be it would literally be Turnabout Goodbye. It would literally be the start of Turnabout Goodbye. Wait, no. A year before Turnabout Goodbye. But does that necessarily mean that the true culprit was in the country the entire time? Yeah. But he had only himself to blame. What do you mean? Dover and I worked together in order to win the contest. No matter who won, we agreed that we'd share the angel's recipe. But on the day of the finals, he stabbed me in the back. Sir Dover, this isn't what we agreed to. I'm sorry, Gustavia. The deal is off. What? But I made your desserts for you. I'm the reason you got this far. What of it? Can you prove that you assisted me in any way? Dover, you're planning to betray me all along. Because of Dover's treachery, I was forced to make my final entry on my own. It's just as Sir Prosecutor said, my son assisted me every day until the finals. What about your pride as a confectionery artist? A proud chef loses the ability to taste his own creations. That feeling is an upstart you never understand. Mastering the art of desserts is the reason for my being. It is my one and only pride. Committing murder for the sake of pride, that's another feeling I'll never understand. To say nothing of abandoning your own son. Such thought disgusts me. before you judge me. First, understand what happened 18 years ago. On the day of the finals, my son never came to assist me. Thinking back on it now, I suppose Dover had a hand in that as well. Huh? What exactly happened to your son? I do not know, but it's no longer a matter. Since that day, my son meant nothing to me. From what I hear, he's still missing. That's awful. Giving up on him like that? Besides your son, you had no chance of winning, correct? Yes, and since I was guaranteed to lose, I needed a fail-safe. During the afternoon tea time, I made my way to Sir Master's room. I just needed to take a photo of the cure that to my taste disorders. That would have been all work out. If only Dover hadn't interfered. Ah, Castavia. Trying to steal a picture of my prize, are you? That's hardly seen sporting. You! A cure for taste disorder. You have a taste disorder, don't you? Ah, this is rich. A pastry chef who can't taste. Dover, you. Gah! Perny worm, you're in no position to oppose me. Why, you? Once I attempted to hit Dover, he struck me and sent me flying. I crashed into one of the rock salt lamps. That was when my blood stained on it. So Mr. Dover wasn't the first to be injured. To conceal my blood, I shaved away a part of the rock salt lamp that mixed into the sherbet. After that, it became part of the large sculpture. So that's how you tried to erase your trace from the crime scene. Dover tried to blackmail me using his knowledge of my taste disorder. If I didn't want it to become public, I was to pay him a large sum. So that's the reason you killed Isaac Dover? Exactly. What reason did I have to let you extract my life? He was the one who drew for the first blood. I simply gave him his just desserts. I mean, it could be classified as self-defense, right? Now, why am I rooting to a murder? Why am I trying to condone murder? Don't murder! So that's what his motive. I carried the rock salt lamp that... brought my blood to Dover's room. Then I came up with a hiding place where it would not be easily found. I get it. That room contained plenty of tools for sculpturing sherbets. Your deduction is spot on, Sir Attorney. It was an ideal place to shave away the rock salt. When I proceeded to coat the surface of the sherbet layer with vast amounts of salty mixtures. But why? Why did you not try to pin the crime on Mr. Damascus? You're wrong to blame me for that, Lady Catherine. If not for your unnecessary murder, Masters would never have been a suspect. Oh, I get it. If she didn't interfere, Dover would have been considered a suicide, would it not? Why do you think I hid the murder weapon in fluorescent cloth and Lady Oh. There's only one reason why you placed the murder weapon in someone else's room. You wanted to pin the crime on Delicia. Yes, that is correct. Gusty, why me? As the one who sought to be the world's best confectioner, I greatly respected Sir Masters. It was never my intention to cause suspicion on him, but an unresolved woman who dared sully the contest with fake desserts. I had no problem letting someone like you take to blame for the crime. This makes me so sad. If you hadn't snacked on the other people's desserts, the body would never have been found. It was Sir Masters who would be judging Lady Delicia's room. That's when I finally saw the opportunity to freeze the body, but Before I couldn't move the body, Lady Catherine has already discovered it. Why? Why did you need to freeze Mr. Dovo's body? Why indeed? Mr. Edgeworth, please tell us, why would Mr. Castavia need to freeze the body? Okay, I don't think he needed to disguise him in his ice sculpture. So, throughout the time of death. Well, it's kind of both the second one. The second and third one, though. I'm going to say throughout Mr. Castavia intended to freeze the body in order to throw off the time of death. If the time of death had considered was the tea party, Mr. Castavia would have been suspected. Ha 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 ha! That is correct. For preparations were necessary to freeze the body, while I was preparing in Dover's room. I placed the body in the treasure chest with Sir Master's room. I could think of no better hiding place than that time. To think of the gluttonous pharmacist, the lid of the chest broke. Why did you disguise him as an ice sculpture? Once the body was discovered, there would be no time to throw it off the time of death. To buy time, you needed to hide it someplace else. How horrid! How could you hide Mr. Adova's body with one of his own works? It all had worked out if the body hadn't been discovered while it was in Sir Master's room. If everything gone according to plan, Sir Masters never would have been arrested. So, because I discovered the body, it was my fault Mr. Masters was... Kate, don't take his words to heart. Even if suspicion hasn't fallen on Mr. Master, Miss Delicious would have taken the fall. No matter who he targeted, the one at fault here is Mr. Castavia himself. The detective in charge of the initial investigation was also a dunce. To say he never reported the missing body to the prosecutor. Prosecutor von Karma indicated Mr. Masters as not knowing the body had vanished. I see. So the explanation he looked so flustered at the crime scene. Although, it was something that would stand out if you read the official documents. Could someone have initially distorted the information? At any rate, Von Karma found out about the missing body after he made his indication. And if you let one person be acquitted, he would have sustained on his much pride perfect record. That's why he concealed the fact that the body was hidden, and Mr. Masters was declared guilty. What are you saying? For 18 years, that man has taken the blame for your crimes. Don't you feel anything at all? I don't care what you say. What a monster! I'm arresting him right here and right now, sir. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that will be impossible. And this is where the statutes of limitations are brought up. But no one's remembering the fact that he said that he went to study in Zimbabwe. So you finally figured it out. That's correct. You have no right to sentence me. What? But the culprit is standing right in front of us. Allow me to tell you the reason why you can't arrest me. Do I even need to? Because I know the answer. And I can use one thing to prove your guilt and also get you arrested. To also prove why we can't arrest you and then also arrest you. It's been 18 years since I murdered Dover. The statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years, is it not? In other words, it's impossible for you to arrest me. I only confessed to my crimes because the statute of limitations has expired. The statute of limitations for murder is 15 years? Yes. Should be quite obvious. Mr. Edgeworth, is there nothing we can do? As long as the statute of limitations remains, arresting him is impossible. No way. My sincerest apologies, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Neither Miss Gavia's testimony nor your logic can be taken as official legal proof. The verdict of this trial 18 years ago cannot be overturned. What about the fact that Mr. Dover's body was hidden? If we can't erase Mr. Gustavius, we should at least earn Mr. Masters a retrial. Really? I wonder about that. Overturning a verdict of the goddess of law is much harder than you think. Is the PSC trying to justify the verdict from 18 years ago? Ha ha ha! Unfortunate, Sir Prosecutor. There's nothing I can do. There's no way to continue pursuing Mr. Gustavia. Oh, there is, but I'm gonna press because I can. No matter how many years has passed, your sin will never fade. Sir Prosecutor, I am sure you must have realized by now. There's no way you can arrest me. Arresting you would be a piece of cake for someone like Mr. Edgeworth. Isn't that right, sir? I don't think it will be that simple. It is very simple. I just want to press. Ha 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 ha! It's impossible for you to arrest me. It's possible that some of your actions 18 years ago were not affected by the statue. It's been so long, I got nothing left to hide. Ask me anything you'd like. Very well. Could you explain to me what you were doing during the past 18 years? Certainly. After the contest, the medicine from the river at the big girl fully cleared my taste disorder. Then I immediately headed to San Bas. You just undone yourself, sir. So he wasn't easily incensed because he was in a foreign country. Indeed. And I am certain that I was abroad to train. About 1 year after that case, right before Sir Master's final trial began. And thanks to my training, I am now whoa! That's so cool! That's a cool one. Is that a wolf? I am now a confectioner unparalleled both taste and design. You should not be proud of a position earned through the sacrifices of others. You can't bake a cake without breaking a few eggs. Sacrifices were necessary for my goal. That's horrible. Say what you will. The fact still remains that you cannot arrest me. I have to get more information out of Mr. Gustavia. Was there any... His training in Zafa! Could you please add the detail about your training to Zafa to your testimony? Certainly. I want to continue to press. Afterwards, I trained in Zafa to become the world's greatest confectioner. You trained in Zafa. After the incident 18 years ago, I left on a journey. I have already decided to hone my candy crafting skills in Zafa. Thanks to that, he finally made his dragon! Hell yeah! Good on him. But he's still a murderer. Whoa! That's awesome! You may have it if you'd like. Oh, sweet! So he trained in Zafa. The statute of limitation for murder in this country is 15 years, is it not? I just want to get this over with, man. Objection! One of the conditions regarding the statute's limitation for murder is as followed. If the suspect flees to a foreign country, the time limit is on hold until the suspect returns. So the statute of limitations was suspended while you were overseas. That's right! The statute of limitations stopped while you were training in Zafa. So all he had to do is at least be in Zafa for at least 3 years. Okay, like 3 years and like 3.5 years or so. Indeed, it's possible that the statute of limitations has not yet expired. Mr. Gustavia, please tell us how long you stayed in Zampa. It would be exactly 3 years. 3 years? Wait. Let's calmly think this over. The case occurred 18 years ago. The statute of limitations is 15, and he was 3 plus exactly 18 years. I'm sure of it. Mr. Edgeworth, we did it. The statute of limitations hasn't expired yet. Wait, he said he left after the term limit. Like right after. No, so he even realized. Why are you laughing? The statute of limitation still applies. Okay, it's frustrating, but the case occurred in December. It's April now, which means, strictly speaking, the case occurred 18 years and 4 months ago. He stayed abroad, but wasn't quite enough. We're just a few months short. That's not enough. That's like I said, it's impossible for you to arrest me. He must have known all about this when he was confessed his crimes. Prosecutor Edgeworth, it is really a shame. If it was just 1 year earlier, the statute of limitations would not have run out. Those who underestimate the goddess of law's verdict must bear the burden to their crimes. It seems that you are simply incapable. No! This can't be the end. So, Mr. Gustavia is really beyond the world's reach. Kate, what are you thinking? If you're thinking of taking matters into your own hands, I implore you to reconsider. There still might be a way to bring this man to justice. What? Miles, remember the facts of the case 18 years ago? Just as you were mistaken earlier, it seems Mr. Gustavia has overlooked the one key detail. Overlooked? He wasn't present during Mr. Masters' final trial, so he doesn't know the outcome of the trial. There may yet be a way for you to arrest him. Miles, look over that book, The Statute of Limitations, again. 17 years ago, Masters was falsely declared guilty for a serious crime. Wait! Hold on. If possible accomplices are on trial, countdown is stopped until the verdict is reached, then resumed. If the charges are pressed to demand compensation, the statute limits. Oh fuck! Sorry! That happens when I act like I get back sometimes. Thanks to the verdict, we aren't under ammunition just yet. Mr. Shields, you don't mean. Those undermine the goddess of law verdict must bear the burden of their crimes. I am Mr. Masters' attorney. I can't use his suffering as a weapon in good conscience. For that reason, I leave the rest up to you. The trial my father and Von Karma battled over. Can I use that to arrest Mr. Gustavia? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? When in doubt, raise an objection! My father and Von Karma. Their paths diverged. One revealed the truth, the other concealed it. The path that I choose is the one that reveals the truth. I see no further reason to prolong this trial. I hereby find Gustavia not guilty. Overruled! Gustavia will stand in court for his crimes. Do you mean to say you have found a way to arrest Mr. Gustavia? Exactly. I'll show Justine Courtney the evidence that will shatter the statute of limitations. The IS-7 case files. What page are you referring to? The suspect data page. At the trial, Jeffrey Master was found guilty of being an accomplice to murder, and it took 1 year to arrive at this verdict. Right. That is indeed true. In this book, it lists conditions in which the statute of limitations can be put on hold. The first, as I said earlier, is if the suspect flees to a foreign country. But there's one more. If possible, if a hostile accomplice were on trial, the countdown does stop until the verdict is reached. What are you saying? Sir Master was found to be an accomplice? That's right. Mr. Masters was sentenced after you left for your trip to Zanzibar. And he was found guilty of not being the culprit, but being an accomplice. But it seems you didn't know that. This is absurd! Sir Masters never committed any crime to begin with. You should certainly know to this. Of course we do. That is why we're going to free him. To that end, we will shatter one remaining obstacle in our way. The statutes of limitations. You fled to Zanzibar for 3 years, and Jeffrey Masters was being tried as an accomplice for 1 year. Put it all together, and we see that the total time limit for this case is 19 years. In other words, the statute of limitations is not over for you yet. Yeah! The goddess of law is unerring in her judgment. However, it seems that the prosecutor at the time was not. I cannot believe it is, but it seems like the case will have to be reopened. This is absurd. You cannot arrest me. For the last 18 years, an innocent man has suffered greatly in your stead. Mr. Castavia, it's now time for you to atone for your crimes. No! I had finally earned my place as the greatest confectioner in the world. To achieve that goal, I cast everything aside, even my own son. What a shame. You cannot run from your crimes any longer. Okay, you can grab the one he gets the mix here. Okay, you can have the top half. I'll take the top half, take the bottom half. Got it? Good. I wanted some of it too. Dan Gustavia has been taken into custody, sir. Yeah. So you're up next, right? Yes, I understand. Kate. Everyone, I am truly sorry for the trouble I have caused. And thank you very much for catching Mr. Gustavia. What you did cannot be overlooked, even if the crimes you committed were in response to a past injustice. As a prosecutor, I am terribly sorry for what happened. No, I am only getting what I deserve, since I was the cause of all of this. Kate, will you have me as your attorney? I'm not quite the same useless kid I was 18 years ago. I won't let them find you guilty. Oh, Mr. Steele. Yes, thank you so much. Sorry to interrupt, but it's time to go. Yes, alright. Judge Courtney, I can't help but feel that you're being dishonest with me. Dishonest? Whatever do you mean? You said that the verdict could not be overturned, but that was not the case. A reinvestigation and retrieval were obviously required as soon as the missing body was found. I have no need to answer you. It seems she doesn't intend to ever give me an answer. Prosecutor Edris, the PRC has you in its sights. They will receive a report on everything you did here today, and you will most likely be required to appear before them. Now then, I shall take my leave. Hold on, Mr. Edgeworth! Caught the real bad guy? Didn't he do his job as the prosecutor? No matter how things turn out, I will never regret what I did here today. Mr. Edgeworth. Hey, Prosecutor Edgeworth! What is it? Why are you always sticking in your nose in cases that you're not even involved with? Did he pick up on anything that we've been saying? I was the best! Boy, you really are useless with Sorry. It's only a matter of time before I made that joke, okay? It's only a matter of time. My duty is to reveal the truth, not only as a prosecutor. It's just who I am. I don't get it. As long as you continue to think that being the best is all that matters, I doubt you ever will. Well, I don't get that either. I'm going home. What was that all about? There's much more he still needs to learn. Miley! But what is this? I knew Greggy's son could do it. And I think I might be falling for you. How old is she? Thanks for helping, Jesse. Well, Yo, Edgy! Great job solving that case. Well, I was busy drawing. So didn't really catch all of it. Huh? Where'd that guy Katie and Justy run off to? Lawrence, you really weren't paying much attention at all, were you? Well, I hate to admit it, but Larry's doodles actually helped us out a few times. I should say something nice to him. Don't glare at me, though! I'm sorry! It was not my intent to glare at you. Pants and Edgeworth glare, just like your old man. Is that so? Well, then, Uncle Ray's gonna pay you, gonna pay Mr. Basters a visit. You guys want to take along? I'd be happy to accompany you. Oh, me too! April 2nd, 4:56 p.m., Detention Center. Visitors room. So this is Jeffrey Masters. What's he like? Oh, he's a real nice and gentle guy. He still is doing his best to make his people happy. He actually cooks desserts for the inmates. Nowadays, all the prisoners and the guards look forward to snacking at 3 o'clock. Wow, that's nice. I want to eat his desserts too. So the chocolate cake we saw in the prison the other day, he was the one who made it. Wait, we saw chocolate cake in there? When did we see chocolate cake? Oh, Gummy, why are you here? I heard everybody was coming to visit, so I escorted Mr. Master myself. Hello, one and all. I'm Jeffrey Masters. Prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth, at your service. And I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant, Kay Faraday. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you all. Mr. Masters, Miles is your old defense attorney's son. You mean Mr. Gregory's? Your father has done so much for me, and yet I betrayed his good faith when I made the false confession. I heard the details from Mr. Shields. Mr. Masters, I came here today to tell you everything we have learned about 18 years ago. 18 years ago, Kate committed a crime for my sake? Why would she do such a thing? Miss Hollis has been trying to prove your innocence for the past 18 years. She was willing to do whatever it took to save you. Kate, she shouldn't have gone through so much trouble for an old man who let her down. Mr. Masters, I don't think you realize just how much Miss Hollis cares for you. I have something here that clearly proves the two of you share an unbreakable bond. An unbreakable bond? Previously a bond between Jeffrey Masters and Catherine Hollis. This should give Mr. Masters a piece of mind. Is it I'm just gonna present that. This is the bond Kate and I share? I see. You must be speaking metaphorically. Yeah! Yeah! Right! Well, that's... Looks like I showed him the wrong thing. Thank you. Mr. Masters, it looks like we'll be able to get you out soon. I can only apologize that it took 18 years to do so. Raymond, I'm the one who should be apologizing. No, that's not it. What I really should be saying is, thank you. Mr. Masters, now it's my turn to wait for Kate. I'll make her favorite sweets every day until she returns. Please look after her, Raymond. You got it. Oh, dude, I'm crying. Dude, I'm tearing up. The ISS is an incident, the case I inherited from my father. After 18 long years, it's finally come to a close. Miles, thanks for today. I'm so sorry for leaving that final decision to you. No, I made that decision on my own free will. Huh? What are you talking about? To arrest Gustavia, we had no choice but to use Master's false charge. To use Mr. Master's false charge, which I was originally supposed to protect him from. The attorney inside of me simply could not do it. So that's how it was. But after this, Uncle Ray's gonna try to clear up the false charge as well. Yes, I understand. What? But if they found out about the false charge, wouldn't they be able to arrest Mr. Gustavia? They won't be able to arrest Mr. Gustavia, right? That's true. It's a contradiction. It's a contradiction in the law. The way the law is right now, it is always completely right. A contradiction in the law? Well, who knows what will happen. The law evolves and grows, just like all of us do. Just like Uncle Ray and Miles have grown up, you know? People in the law both grow. Miles, to fight a crime as the prosecutor or to save people as a defense attorney. I want you to think carefully about how you want to live your life from now on. I will. Well, you ask Uncle Ray, he'll always be welcome down at the office. Alrighty then, looks like it's time for Uncle Ray to get going. Next time I see you, I'll be sure to thank you again. Really though, thanks for today. Mr. Shield seems to be in a bit of a hurry. Indeed, I should be the one thanking him. I was able to face my father's last case because of him. When I was young, I wanted to become a great defense attorney like my father. However, under Prosecutor Von Karma, I learned the ways of a prosecutor. Thanks to a certain friend, I was able to discover my own path in life. However, right now, there's forces that are trying to take me off the prosecutor's path. Maybe now is the perfect time to think about how I should live my life. April 2nd, 7:29 p.m. Edgeworth's Law Office. Gregory, I'm sorry that it took so long. It may have taken 18 years, but finally, we've proven Mr. Masters' innocence. Miles, your son, helped me with that. The way he fought for the truth. He was just like you, Gregory. I'm still not the kind of attorney you were, but I will forever carry on the convictions I inherited from you. And if I can, together with him. To fight crime as a prosecutor, or to save people as a defense attorney. The path I choose is... Okay, come on, we all know. Okay. Yes, save progress. I don't want to have to go through all that again. Dude, but we're gonna continue the Forgotten. We're gonna go ahead and do the Forgotten Turnabout starting next week. So that's all for me. Yeah, it's getting pretty late over here now, but I was like, I can go as late as I want of Frog tonight because I didn't have work in the morning. That's what made me realize I could be like, yes, I could, and definitely indeed stream the finish up the Inherited Turnabout tonight. So next week I can start the Forgotten Turnabout, which I looked at a guide and it doesn't look as long as the Inherited Turnabout, but who knows? So, anyways, I should be back on Saturday with something. What that something is, I don't know yet. But before we head off, I have one last thing for us. We have to continue onwards, maybe. Yes. We will go raid my friend Bevy. And I hope you guys all like I said, I hope you guys all had a good time. And I'll see you guys on Saturday for whatever I have in plan, which is I have no idea yet!